You are currently timed out from chat. You can chat again in 12 seconds. Reason provided. Scrap fine damage. Damn, that sucks. Damn, that's rough, buddy. Happens to the best of us. It really does. What's up, guys? I'm not gonna lie, I'm already kind of on Minecraft, but I went AFK for a moment. Just gonna Minecraft today. We're gonna chill. Good to see everybody. I don't know if we're gonna repo or not tomorrow yet. I'm not sure. Not enough people seemed interested last week. Maybe we just need that week break. We'll see. You look at my Porsche. Dude, it's so out of place. What is that? It's so out of place. It's pretty sick. No, yeah, that's fine. Just everyone else. I don't know. What's up, Lord Princess? I don't know. Aside from like getting the awards, the you know, cosmetics, I don't think enough people were really into it last week. Maybe it's because we continued off of like a pretty far along save. I'm not sure. We might still try next week or today or Jesus tomorrow. God, we might try. I'll think about it. I will think about it. If anything, we're still going to continue the same save. So it's the one rule. Anyways, we can keep yapping, but I am on the Minecraft server, so I think we're just gonna play some Minecraft today and just vibe. What's up, Snowblade? We're just gonna do some vibing. Well, no yap. I mean, I was already on the server. We diving straight in. In my defense, people didn't seem like they wanted to do much yapping lately, so I you know, just gonna go into it. Gonna play some Minecraft today. Oh, hello. Might move this guy still. We're just gonna Minecraft today. There's a cow. I mean, we might still repo tomorrow. I'm not fully decided. I don't know. I don't know yet. Did you know on this day in 1934, Donald Duck waddles into pop culture, debuting in Disney's The Wise Little Hen? Wise. In it, the irascible quacker and his pal, Peter Pig, try to avoid work by faking stomach aches until Mrs. Hen teaches them the value of labor. Sweet. Sweet. Me and Saga are probably playing Repo today. Well, there you go. Enjoy. That means I won't have to host it tomorrow then. I'm gonna continue that save solo. Why didn't this grow yet? I didn't realize it had to be 2x2 saplings. I think I planted more, but I don't know where now. Dude, this donkey's been here since the beginning of time. Okay, one more, come on. I know I planted one more somewhere. Oh my god, hello. Bees. 1 bee. Great. Yep. Gotta say goodbye to Repo, guys. You know, they created the mod profile and then they destroyed it. It's true. It is true. I think the real problem is that people didn't like that we were continuing off of an existing save, but like, the further we got, the better the rewards were. And I'm like, well, cosmetics are the important part of the game now. I'll be honest, everyone's more excited about getting to the cosmetic opening portion than actually playing the game. So I was like, well, yeah. I think they were, I don't know. Some people joined and were like, oh, we're continuing off the other one. And those are some of the people that left earlier. I mean, I'm continuing off, regardless. If we're gonna play Repo, we're continuing off that save. Now, where did I put all the bees? Well, I'll put the bees in here, I guess. Ow. I'm gonna vibe for Witch House. But I don't have a lot of Witch House to listen to. Maybe this... Nah. We'll just chill what we got for now. I need to find some of the stray armadillos and send them over to Raspy, so that's a big thing we're gonna do today. I've also just, like, been spending an hour, you know, doing the intro yapping sesh, and then I only play Minecraft for... I mean, I guess yesterday we did a 6-hour stream, but whatever. Whatever, man, doesn't count. Oh, he flattened it out. He flattened it out, it seems. He did. Nice. I don't know where they went. Oh, are they at, Radiant? Oh, hello. I did forget we had... watermelons and pumpkins. As an option. To be fair, it was an all-around chaotic day. on Wednesday because some people had to AFK, some people couldn't make it, some people were randomly hit with like things they had to do, so a lot of people showed up and then had to leave. But a lot of people also said they didn't particularly look forward to continuing the same save. Yeah, probably just a bad week. Kind of was. Kind of was a bad week. And why he's small?
Oh, you got that breathing thing under here. Oh. Oh my god, Koyo is here.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah,
you
it's
listen
the
me here.
one.
And no! Reagan is
Hey!
dead.
And-
Okay?
and why you-
Freaking
It's trying to
gross.
escape! My horse!
What are you?
Hey, where are you?
Hey, what?
What?
And what?
Hello?
Ah!
Why
Hello?
you're in infinite pool?
Oh, because
Holy
the
smokes!
baby fish. Really freaking dead.
Good.
Nah!
Is there
Hey,
a
what
fence
you
here?
said, man.
No, the stupid Santa.
Hey, what do golden apples do?
Are they the blue or the normal?
Yo, it's normal, I think.
They give you hunger and then heal you very fast.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
You get the
They-
blue
yeah,
ones.
They give you hunger.
You get like extra hearts and fast healing and food.
Fire resistant.
You get extra
Whoa.
hearts from normal ones, but you get
Oh.
more from the enchanted ones.
Yes,
Like better. Yes.
very
I
good.
see the UFO here.
I can see our house from here.
Oh my god. You know what? I should turn on the voxel thing.
Why you have off?
Cause I was it was fucking up
Oh,
with a shader I had, but then it was the shader and I was just like, oh.
how the hell?
These are signs, and then they put carpets on top.
Oh, cool. Oh my. He's so tiny. Oh my god, get off of him. You're gonna break him. Oh my god. Why he's so small?
I need to get some dinner. So I need
And
to
why?
like hide somewhere. Can I just like stare at you guys for a second? Maybe upstairs because the villagers are loud. Oh, TV! Is that Sporticus?
You can sit down.
Yeah, I'll sit in the corner. Okay,
Sporticus?
you guys,
throw the over in.
I'd BRB.
Wait, no, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad.
Bro.
No, wait.
GRR bark, 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 snarl, snarl,
Bark,
woof,
bark.
woof.
Oh.
I can't with it.
Home.
Hey, excuse me. Why Scoobert is dead? Why she's?
I don't know how
Whoa.
this looks. I don't think this looks good.
New Scoobert, this is so fucked up.
Yeah, look, why?
Do they have a chest of some kind?
Over here.
Because when I took out the disc, wait.
No.
Oh, here.
Oh no, it's a bed.
That's crazy.
God damn it. I can't even imagine how long it took to buy all this.
There is just one villager, and he says one, like, horse block.
It's just crazy.
I thought I could, like, trade with it, so I could get the course block and then make it into quartz. That doesn't work.
Ooh. Yeah. We have to find one, I guess.
No, I got some quartz.
Oh, you did?
No, I fixed the, like, wool farm
Oh.
thing.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I gotta find armadillos somewhere near our base, and I'm gonna ship them off to Noah's Ark. Thank you.
You are welcome.
I have quite a few goals for today.
Oh yes. You know what? I need to go.
What?
Yeah, I need to go.
Where?
I do my own thing. You know, you're doing your thing. She's doing her thing. You're doing my own thing.
There's only one thing I'm doing. You know what I mean?
Hey.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just drinking some matcha.
Oh.
Yes. Very good.
I think there's something wrong with my head if, like, you know, the first thing I thought of was Jork in it.
Hey man, whatever you're into, man. Hey, whatever you're into, man.
Yeah, hey. Whatever I'm into is Lumina King, shut the fuck.
Ooh. He just said they ain't got no nipples.
Ooh,
Hey, fuck you, man. Fuck you. I'm not gonna do the punch
That's
motion
fucked up.
because I don't want to punch leave.
God damn it, I gotta get those emotes. But for me, when I load that webpage, there's no, like, thumbnails, so I have to read every single one and figure out what in the world each emote is. I don't know why they won't load.
That's incredible.
I opened a like, add-on Firefox, and it still has no thumbnails, and I'm like, I don't know what any of these emotes are.
That's weird. That's weird, man.
I don't know, man. I don't know nothing. I don't know
I don't
nothing
know.
here.
I don't know nothing here.
I love that emote,
I
too.
don't know nothing here, yes, man.
Ho, ho, ho. Hey, you're working here today.
Yeah, I
The 8th, right or no? Okay. Maybe I helping you.
Yes, I will go make my tower. But
No.
first I hop into the hell game to do just chatting.
The hell... Oh! Virtual reality chat.
Virtual reality chat, yes.
Hey, man. I hate that game. I hate that.
I know.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. I will goodbye. I will
Okay.
return horse home.
Good luck out here with your...
Good luck to you, man.
Yeah.
Meow.
You're like a reverse Napoleon.
What? Help! Why did I sit on
I'm kind of the jealous type. I'm, tempted to strike you right now, so... Hey, good luck, man!
Freaking mind man.
Yeah, sorry, man. I go now. Goodbye.
Oh boy. It don't even make no sound.
No.
My god, that's clever.
Yeah. I found another beehive.
I did too, actually. I brought it home. I couldn't remember where we put the other so I yeah.
Here in the UFO. At the, like, above the chest.
I didn't look hard enough, I guess.
It's the only chest with beehives, so...
I see. Oh, I know exactly where it is now I thought about it. I know exactly where it is. It's next to the amethyst, right?
Yes.
Pretty sure. Let it ride. What do you think? Should I play Repo tomorrow or more Minecraft?
Is it like a continuation repo, or is it like...
Yeah, we didn't wipe last week.
I see.
But it's good in the sense of cosmetics, because the further you get, the more you get, and the better ones you have a chance to acquire.
Okay.
So that's why we're continuing so much, is because we're starting to get more purples, like more overall, and then we get gold tier now.
Yeah, but you go around like fucking giant tanks with the amount of power-ups.
I'm trying to think of a mod to like enhance the difficulty even more, so we actually wipe.
Have you tried
Purple.
using new maps?
We've added. The thing is, the profile I have is all like host side. If I add maps, then people will have to download it, and with people with like the internet of a slower snail than a usual snail. So and I was thinking about the color green and how I'm not really a big fan of it, but it's just weird, like you ever think about the color green? Like why is
Why is it green?
I don't know.
Fucked up.
Oh, you're
Oh.
back. Hey, welcome.
Henry,
And
what
why
you
she's
guys-
green law.
I'm gonna eat and watch you guys, so you're my jesters. I feel very royal. Perform for me.
Uh,
Um,
do you have like a skeleton skull?
I got a jack potato.
To be or not to be? That is the question. If green, then why green? I don't know. And why she's purple?
Whoa.
That is the question.
Yeah, for real. Imagine being purple.
Beautiful.
Oh my god. Is this breaking and entering?
No.
Oh, okay.
Surprise visit.
Oh, but they're not home.
House sitting.
That's
Oh.
how the surprises.
Look in the room to the right, they say.
Me when I'm purple.
Holy
No!
Oh my goodness. Why is Jacobert Scoobert dead?
Their full name.
Is Scoobert Jacobert? Do you know this or no?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Gave me head in my bed. Oh.
Holy moly!
Oh.
I see. So I'm just munching right now. I'm just gonna
back,
stare at.
back to your seat.
Oh, you're
Kinda
back.
Stare at the head.
I want you to know. I spent 3 hours yesterday farming Demiatma, and I didn't get one.
What does this mean?
Sorry, this is from the critically. Hold on.
Hmm?
Sorry, just one moment.
That's what I've been saying.
Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV with an expanded free trial, which you can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion up to level 70 for free, with no restrictions on playtime.
Wow, for
Now,
free?
including Stormblood.
Whoa.
You're not gonna come back. What do
Is
I?
Stormblood for free?
Yes.
Is playing for free for a long time?
It's free forever until you want to go past level 70. Then you have to buying it.
Wow.
But you only need to buy the newest expansion in order to get all the past ones, so it's really good. Oh, it's actually up to level 80 now.
Oh.
Wait, they added Shadowbringers to the mix? Wow. Okay, so they added Peak to for free. You can literally
Oh,
play
shit.
everything.
So, like, I can level up Aita Borgir?
I don't know because you already made the kit.
Oh.
She can, right? Technically.
I'd have to remake her?
No.
What's up? No?
Well, I don't know how it works because you already paid for a subscription once, right?
No. I
Oh.
didn't play for free. I think. I can't remember.
Oh no, then yeah. You can going back and playing for free. And you can play everything except for Endwalker and Dawntrail.
I see.
But Dawntrail's stupid.
What about Guild Wars 3?
Well, we don't know when this is coming out here.
Mm.
But apparently it's gonna be good.
I hope they bring that plant race back.
Why did it plant?
Because it's she bland.
Lol, more green. You know what we need? Wildstar.
Yeah! Come on, I need one. Yeah!
You ever playing this?
No.
Oh, sorry. It's pretty good.
I see.
Yeah. You're missing out.
Who?
I don't know.
That's what I'm asking.
I don't know.
You guys want breaded chicken? Oh. You're offering
Yeah.
games, I got breaded chicken.
Yo, I want a burger.
Hell yeah.
So how's it feel to finally be green 3.0?
It's cool. I feel smoother. And
Wow.
designed a little bit.
This means you're gonna play games now.
Yeah.
And you're gonna play Left 4 Dead 2.
I do need to do that.
I don't know if you plan on playing Subnautica 2, but I would wait. Me personally, I would wait. But I don't know about you.
I wanted to peek at it, but I know it's like in the works. It's not done.
Yeah.
So I don't like when it freaking releases too early. Freaking.
I hate early access. I just don't like it. It's like why?
Oh, that's why you don't. That's why you don't like VR chat. It's been in early access for so long.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Now you understand my problem.
And he hates me.
You hate Peanut.
Your early access.
Yeah.
I I think you lose early access at the age of like 21.
I'm new.
Oh. How?
Yeah,
Oh.
made yesterday.
Yesterday. All my troubles seem
Trouble
so
seems
far
so
away.
far away.
we turned it to like Goofy. All my troubles seem so
Trouble seems
far away.
far away.
Wow, crazy.
What if I leave rice in these cow? I'm not gonna speak with my mouth full. I'm just gonna not. I'm just gonna stare.
That'd be messed up. You ever like lose something and then find it a week later between the couch cushions?
Yeah.
No.
I did. I lost my car keys. It's no
Oh.
good. Well, it's okay because we had like 4 extras, but it took me a week to find
Cars?
them. Yeah. We also have like 5 motorcycles and, you know, some electric scooters. No, just 4 car keys.
I see.
Think what made the money here? Crazy. Nothing.
Why is it spicy?
What's spicy?
Spring onions.
What?
I like spring onions, but why is it?
What do you mean? Is it like salted?
No. Just
I don't
raw.
understand. Do you like spicy food?
They're good.
I think
He's
England is
Hispanic.
just.
He eats anything that's like on
Hola.
fire.
Oh, hola, como estas?
See.
Oh,
Sí.
por favor, yeah. El peña es pequeño.
Ah, gracias.
Mucho.
No. Oh, what?
No, yes, because it means a lot.
Where'd she go? The purple.
Oh, she flushed.
Okay.
Sorry, you guys can build. I kind of got a
No.
mean with you guys being hands.
No.
You ever fall in the toilet before?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Oh,
I mean,
I'm not the only one. Yay!
yeah, we were having a conversation, and I don't know why, but I stepped into the bathroom because I felt like sitting, so I was gonna sit on the toilet seat, like closed, obviously, but I guess it was fully wide open, so I just bloop.
Splish splash. I
Yeah.
was taking a bath.
Oh yeah, it's so good. Wow. Yeah, you know, sometimes you just gotta fall into a toilet just to really be humbled by life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Could we put that onto a quote?
I'm gonna put in this book and quill right here.
Just leave it somewhere.
Fall in toilet, very wet. Why this?
To-do list.
To-do list. Humble life, humans say. Jump toilet.
Kill the wife.
My wife, she's dead. Very nice, I like.
I feel like one of those like what do you call it? Comedy duos in front of an audience.
Yeah, you guys are. Ben and Jerry.
Oh, the ice
Yeah,
cream.
Costello.
Oh. I will be
Now who's the band on the stage?
I'm Hagen and you're Das.
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 Let's use my catchphrase.
That's very good.
Don't look at me.
She go choke on that chicken, if you know what I'm saying.
It does.
What is this? I gotta eat this. Don't look at me.
Dude, I've known her for almost 9 years now, and even back then, like day one, if you just stare at her blankly, she just laughs. It's been the same for this long.
Stop.
I know.
Yo, Shirquin!
Because obviously when I speak to people, I do eye contact.
Yeah.
And obviously I met her once and she kept laughing.
You can like hear her slam the fork.
Shut up! I'm out of here, man.
No, you're eating.
Hey, you eat at the table. What you doing?
Oh, you're
It's
at a
so
different
rude.
table. Look, there's an actual dinner table.
Ah, I see.
Oh, fancy.
Oh, this, I'm gonna choke.
Oh, sorry. But think of how cool that like clip would be for a stream, you know?
Oh,
Streamer
yeah.
chokes and dies on stream. It's for the clips.
Don't.
Well, what the hell is this? I don't understand this art stuff, man. Why that skeleton in the ground? Hey, you do art. What does it mean?
I'm gonna die.
What was that?
Hey, you're okay today or tomorrow? Oh my god, she's dying. We're not even doing anything. Man, we're a good comedic duo.
Hell yeah.
I gotta swallow this before I laugh.
What?
Did you get that?
No.
I don't really know what she just gone darn saying. Speak to plants today.
Okay. I
She only
swallowed-
laughing. Why?
Oh fuck! My eyes. Just why is he little like that? Why is she so concerned? She's like, "Hey, you good?" And she...
Dude, she like buried
Oh.
Sans Undertale. This is crazy. Is he in the ground or not, dude? I can't tell.
Yeah, he just popped up. He's like, "Yo."
I almost punched it. That would have been really unfortunate. Wow. You have the Mona Lisa and then you got this guy. This is Minecraft art crazy.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, my fucking eyes, dude.
And why you?
Hey. Why are you so... I don't know which one's Daft and Punk in this situation.
I'm
No, I think you're
alien.
more Daft. You're very a punk.
Yeah, I love
What
punk
the
music. Sorry.
You're gonna be punk. She's called me daft.
Yeah!
Hey, dude, you're like
Silly.
silly, man.
I can't believe this.
He's a silly Swede.
Swilly.
Don't
Swilly
use my
head.
government name.
You're
William. Swilly. You can't do that.
Oh, sorry.
What if you just like unflip all of these and just leave?
They just show up
It's
on
like
Just
harmless
slightly-
prank.
inconvenient.
Oh, these are signs. Yeah.
Oh, you should write. I'm gonna write something. I said, lol, you see this or no?
No.
It's so hard to
I would-
see.
I would not be able to
Lol.
see that.
Lol, you see? Oh, you see this or no?
They're gonna be so pissed.
That's so good. That's.
Oh,
You guys getting Ocarina of Time on the Switch too?
well, I have a Switch too because I just don't freaking think it's worth the money.
No, same.
Because I have my
I mean-
Switch, I bought 4 games for it and then never played.
Yeah,
Another-
exactly.
I mean, I got it on the normal Switch.
Wait, Ocarina of Time?
Yeah.
But like they're making a new remake again.
Yeah, but don't. It's
Why
just gonna be
bother?
the same game, but like graphics.
Why don't they? I want Majora's
Wow,
Mask to be
I
remastered.
can count the pores of this Goron.
Or
Oh, you don't want to hit the.
It's we beat the same song.
I like
She's
that
already-
song.
It's a good song.
It's like how my brain music, that my music for my brain.
How my brain music.
Yeah.
How Rumius speaks. Have you eaten your food?
Yeah.
I wanna. If they remake Ocarina of Time, I would consider it. I mean, not Ocarina, Majora's Mask rather.
Then that one maybe.
That's
yeah.
my second favorite, or maybe third. Number 1 is Twilight Princess. Number 2 here is Breath of the Wilds, and then number 3 is Majora's Mask.
I never played Twilight Princess.
Okay,
I know
I'm
it's
leaving.
Midna.
Is that the one with the wolf?
yes.
Yes.
Everyone's fucking furry obsession with that one.
No. It's just good. Yeah, you know that song.
Yeah.
Living in a box, stupid in the hood with a box, ibba the hood with the hood with the box. Living in a box, living in a cardboard box. I'm living in a box,
I'm a living in a
living.
box. I'm a living. This is a bathroom. This is a
This is
toilet.
the beach.
This
Oh
is
my god.
bathtub.
This
I
is a
can't lift the
shower.
lid. How am I gonna pee?
Oh
I'll piss in the shower.
No,
You
I
guys
ha-
piss in the shower.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the thing you do.
Here you go.
You just wash it off.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you can. Why you're watching?
What the fuck?
You set me up, man.
Whoa! Why do they have the peaky thing? They're gonna be so
Oh.
pissed off when they come back.
Peaky blinders.
Oh! Oh, thank you.
Western door.
Western girl.
Western Dern just. Well, now.
I mean, it is great. It's like a really phenomenal house.
Oh my god. You should make a saloon.
That's why I wanted to go to the wild west
Badlands.
area.
Let's go.
Now I can't build. I'm not a builder. Bob hates me.
Ooh, Bob.
Bob the builder.
Oh.
He hates me.
And what is the gray?
Don't go. Don't. Yeah, no, I don't know. He's asleep.
Oh,
I meant to play ahead in time, but he's asleep right now, so I don't know. I don't know what doing. What
I don't
the-
know.
I'm just gonna click things.
What the hell is this?
I really like this terracotta. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Cyan.
There's a creeper face.
Oh! There is!
Oh
Creeper.
yeah, that's cute. That's a leopard print. That's smart.
Oh.
Ooh,
Huh. Parkour.
this is sick. Should we go on the metro? I wanted to try it.
metro?
The Chris Metro
Yeah, Christmas.
Metro PCS.
Careful.
I'll keep that in mind.
Don't.
Oh, I'll go down the.
Ooga booga.
Ah!
Ho ho ho!
And why now you're wet. Lol.
Oh god. Who's pushing your doors? Don't worry about it.
What you said?
Oh, Juice, their house, they noticed the little things were switched.
Yeah, we saw that. That was really weird.
Yeah. There a raccoon came in. Remember the friends with the excuse of the raccoon?
Yes. Oh, I
A
remember.
raccoon came in.
Wow.
Hey, you wanna go on the metro? Do you want bread? Oh my god.
Okay.
Ho ho ho!
Oh. Oh my god.
uh,
They're fine.
I don't know how it works, even though I watched her make it 5 times over.
please. Oh. Oh, it's a car. Oh god. Wait.
You click the right clicking on the cart to sitting.
No, the thing is. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Oh. Ooh.
Occupado.
Insert key. Exit of no key.
I never used this. I realize.
Oh.
It's really cool. My brain can't comprehend redstone.
Wait, did I go the wrong way?
This one, this right here.
Oh ho ho!
Oh.
Ooga booga.
Ugh,
Ho ho ho!
you seriously just scared me.
Oh, try.
Oh, sorry.
Ho ho!
Turn the pages of the books to where you want to go.
Yeah, I figured that out, but I don't know where anything goes.
Oh! Sorry.
Just don't press sign book.
Okay, I'm just gonna. Sorry, I put an E on it.
Oh
How dare you?
Did I break it?
no, no.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
As long as you don't sign the book.
Okay.
There.
I think.
Select
Oh.
E.
Yeah. So this book on the right. I think you flip the page, right? To wherever. So you got the red station, green,
So
blue,
spawn-
yellow.
That's sick.
That's cool. I don't know which these stations are, but that's cool.
I think.
This one on
one's
the
in
left
both.
tells you the station. So red is spawn. Well, actually, this one on the right also tells you.
It just made yellow. We could just click a random one. Go on an adventure. Spontaneous.
Yeah.
Go crazy.
Ah,
Oh.
scared me.
How do we go to the Wild West? The Wild West.
Okay, we're going here to spawn then.
Okay. We go. I mean, I know how to go there from spawn. So, which?
The Wild West. What?
Now you clicking.
Oh.
Okay, bye.
Help.
How do?
That's fucking crazy.
Ho, ho, ho.
I don't know if multiple can go, because I know the things get stuck, so I just... Hey, bye, Peanut. Good luck, man. What are your... Oh.
Proof. Okay. But yeah, as soon as the button's available, you can click it. Okay.
Okay, you go.
Oh god. Ah! Oh my god.
Holy smokes. Crazy. Oh. Okay, now you going. Oh. Honestly, this is so cool. Good lord, the amount of effort put into this. If I knew Redstone, I wish I would was able to help. But good god, I don't. It's too much for my brain. Oh, I can't turn to the left. Interesting. My god, this reminds me of roller coasters. I hate when roller coasters go backwards. It's like, you know? It's not right. I need to find a witch's hut, I think, or a swamp, because I want to get a black cat. I have one, but it's, you know, it's the one with, like, the white underneath. Holy smokes!
What the hell is that?
It's a shop.
Man, that's so cool. I saw the creation process of the Metro. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. It hurts. Redstone hurts my brain.
Do you know, Peanut, if it has the same mods as the one server, you could make like a Western train or something.
My friend.
No, they don't have
We
that.
need to find white flowers and make a giant white flower field.
Is this Final Fantasy or?
Also near, but Final Fantasy as well.
Oh, nerds.
That's
Nerds.
freaking it.
Is recreate that one VR chat map?
Yeah, that's the I was thinking of Emil's VR chat or Near Automata Flowers. That's what you guys would call it. You know what I mean? Posers.
Well, I remember when that VR chat map was actually a mansion, and it was an Easter egg to find that room. And then
Yeah, I
they made
remember
its
when
own
it
map.
was when it was an Easter egg event where they put a thing in there because someone was getting
Yeah.
married.
Yeah, people get freaking. Oh yeah, actually, I remember that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. What happened with that?
Yeah.
Divorce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Phoebus.
I've seen none of these stuff.
A wheat. You've
Hello.
never seen wheat before? Whoa.
Yeah. Why that house upside down?
Oh. What?
Why they flip?
Who flipped this house?
Australia.
Wow, this house flipper or no?
Never played that game, although I bought it.
There's one that's like Polish house flipper, and
Why is it-
you do all the work drunk.
Why is that tree on fire?
Holy smokes!
Don't worry about it. It just happens.
Wait, this is actually really cool.
Stop forest fires.
That's so cool.
How do
Is it-
you? How do you get in?
I don't think you do.
You go for the chimney? Dante.
What?
Hello.
What the?
Is this your house?
Whoa! Are we breaking and entering?
Cool.
Wow.
Hope.
I'm not going in there.
Why no?
You're getting sacrificed.
Hello.
No.
Yeah, it's like the Hansel and Gretel. Hey, what you sent me?
Oh my god, how do you fit in here?
Meow. Wow. Oh,
How you going?
gotta get this stupid emote.
Oh.
Crazy. Wow. Thanks.
I look.
Oh my God.
Upside down furniture. Your breath.
There's so many dead horses.
I like your blood. It suits you. I think you should wear it more often. How? You go first, because I'm gonna fuck this up. Wait, no, I'm stuck. Oh god!
God, I haven't been here in so long. So much has changed. They even have fire trees. Wow.
I crowded closet. Ah, wire.
She did.
I did it.
How much soul sand do you need? Oh, I see. Because I could just bring you some.
Where are we going?
I don't
I
know.
wanted to go to the Wild West, and I know it's like that way somewhere. Wait, where are we?
Here.
Okay.
Wait, if I see where I am. Okay, so Mrs. His thing is.
Damn. I see. Okay. I mean, I have 20 that I can bring you at some point, but it's not... Yeah. Okay, well, I'll bring you the 20 at some point. What does that do exactly? Does it just speed up the, like, the... Oh, I see. Crazy. Nice place you got here. Wow. What the hell? Cool. I've only seen one cleric ever. Steven Spielberg. Amazing. Wow. Damn. This I like. Hello. KYK. I'll bring you 20 ASAP. It's about 20 or so. No problem.
Where are we going?
I don't
I
know.
don't know. Red in the... You... we just didn't
I'm,
know.
Radiant did say, I'm gonna show you, and then proceeded to stay still.
Purple.
Can you guys...
No.
Can I... Oh, I see. Do you guys want to go to the zoo?
What is zoo?
No, IRL.
Oh, yeah.
You know, man, sometimes there's the zoo and sometimes there's the zooted.
Real. If you were a drug, what would you be?
Heroin.
Antidepressant.
Oh, man.
Oh. Wait, no, that's a good thing. Antidepressant. It means he's good at not making people depressed. That's good.
But what if he's the
Right.
type that zombifies you? Then what?
You sleep. It's okay.
I'd be migraine medicine, some sort of crazy Excedrin.
Having to deal with people with headaches.
Yeah.
Oh, railway. I was gonna be so pissed they got rid of the water at the bottom.
I thought about
We
doing that
all
one
died.
point, but... Whoa, this has changed? What the...
Oh, yo! TBD.
No one goes to the
TBD.
alien zone.
Snarlopolis is, you know, on the way. We should probably make, like, a little system that
I was
connects.
thinking about, like, as soon as the nether open up, I was thinking of just doing a straight, like,
Like a tunnel.
railroad tunnel
Doing a
towards
line.
spawn.
Meth?
Something like
Oh.
that.
This one is too smoky.
Oh, I know where that is.
So you just take a cart.
Yes.
And then,
And you click the button.
wait. And then. What?
And why is wobble? Hey, what are you doing? Hello? You hear me? I don't have signal.
Smart. I'm not a cat.
Your cat?
No.
Meow, wow.
Yeah.
You're joining OnlyNekos?
I'm not a cat. I'm a thing. What an avocado. Hey, this is long.
Yeah, man, I can't hear nothing.
If I spit,
What you said?
if I spit, does it slap in your face?
Hey, that's messed up, man. Why you? Hey, thank you for the bread. Oh. Oog. Sweet Lord Jesus, that was a long ride.
And here you get your XP from. You kill the boss.
Iron.
Chicken.
I yearn for the flesh.
Wait, why have I got a car? This is not mine.
It is your bread.
Well, thank you. I wanted to throw it at you. Just... Why is there a chicken in here? What the fuck?
I don't know.
You guys coming?
Only once or twice a week.
Home?
Is that healthy?
No. Hey, what do you and what and hey what and when and oh sorry.
Number say, yo, hi, trader.
Huh.
Do you guys want Podzone? Slime! Oh, I don't have any money.
Dude, why
I got money.
why are we at Silent Hill right
No,
now?
I don't need. Yeah, right.
I
It's
got-
musky.
I got money.
I don't need anything. I was. What the fuck is that? What the fucking kind of fuck is that thing?
I'm
scared.
can't see nothing. It's Silent Hill out here.
I kind of like it because it's scary. But I.
You see anything in here or nah?
Kind
It's
of
good.
fucking is scary. This is so that one Madion music video, you know?
Yeah, this is the rude sandstorm.
No!
Oh,
This is fall back and close your eyes. La la da 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 da.
Yeah.
I don't know that song.
No, you do! It's, you know how this You're on, and then there's another song. And
No.
there's... She was dancing, she was smiling, la 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 la. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a zombie. Mummy?
That if he hit you, you get hungry.
Ew.
Kill him.
Sand bunnies! I fucking hate these things. They die too quick. Camel! Camel! Camel!
And they
Camel!
telling how you got here, I tell them, I don't know.
I don't... Yeah!
Why he's so slow?
You ride. I can't drive this.
We.
Whee! This is sick. There's an Enderman up there. Dude, I love this.
I love
Can we-
Disneyland.
Can we just build a new place down here?
A new place.
Gerudo Valley or no?
Hey, this yours?
This is mine.
Oh, yours? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we make Wild Wild West. Or like... sand. We had dirt sand in your eye?
Whoa.
You know what this map needs? I'm gonna steal some of that. Where the fuck is my fucking... What kind of fucking... Tesco's! We can make a Tesco's in the desert.
What happened to the Wild West?
We would do that. We could do that in the Badlands, but like, imagine you're in the middle
Dragons.
of the fucking desert, and there's just a Tesco's.
What is this, like Looney Tune back in action when there's a random Walmart?
Dude,
Oh my god.
What is this?
This is a
Yo!
temple.
Oh. Ooh. Nice, okay, that's cool. Goomba stump.
Quick charge 1.
Wait, there might be a rare dog in here. I gotta look.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Random jungle?
Nothing.
Oh, that
And for a while. I forgot about the apparently Windburst 2 is not good, so I'm a loser and dumb and stupid.
Where's the apple?
It's cool though.
What's this?
Yeah. No, it's cool though. It's whatever.
Ooh.
I just have Windburst 2. Oh! We're both loser, dumb and stupid. Oh, great! I don't know. Moo told me it's no good, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't even care either. Stop. Hammer time.
The fuck is this? Fucking kind of fuck is that? La, 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 la.
Watch this. Chain
Crying.
reaction.
Creeper.
Holy smokes! I have to get this stupid emote. Oh my! I just freaking protected you like a paladin. So.
That was so cartoon. Oh my.
Oh boy!
Ooh.
She's freaking dead.
No. No.
What is that?
Bury her in sand.
Sand.
It killed a rabbit.
Yeah. I don't want it.
Tutankhamun's tomb.
Tooth incoming.
Haha, lol.
Like sex.
But farting too.
Ew.
Oh, sorry.
Ew.
Hey! Let's go!
Yes.
It's time for school!
Where are we going?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm in a. You want a bowl?
No.
No, I had some earlier.
Yeah, I know you said no. No. Who's cutting onions? Was dancing, she was smiling. Do-do-do-do-do. Grass or sand? Where am I?
I don't like sand. Wow. How do you keep doing it while moving? Is that a setting? Oh, okay. Look at this guy. Well, he's just sitting around. Oh, sorry.
We might have to go swim. I have a boat, but I don't know if you guys have a boat.
Why boat?
You have boat?
Yes.
Okay, then we swim a little this way.
Then we share a boat.
Yeah. You guys... You have to... Yeah. And then I think we go this way.
You know where we're going?
Yeah. Bad luck.
Okay.
Wait. It's gonna be a little tricky. Oh, the arky. Oh, dude!
For the other key period, pamparaki.
Better run. Let's
Run.
like
Better
invade
run.
this. Let's invade this really quick.
Oh, run.
I hear
gun.
cat.
There's a cat here.
Pussy, pussy, pussy. Oh, it's a
So
Siamese.
we are Siamese. If you please
I gotta invade a witch hut and take their cat.
put the cat on the
Oh, hello. What are you? Why are you orange?
Is it an orange one?
Yes.
Oh,
Orange striped. He right here.
Oh,
It's
orange.
crazy. We got
Why he's not
Siamese,
running?
we got orange, and we got purple.
Yeah, the purple one. I have no fish for oranges.
Wait, there's a purple?
green bed.
Okay. You know freaking what? I am the purple.
So many green beds. Do you guys want to sleep? Or dangerous? Ah!
You fell asleep?
Why is there holes? I hate there's holes in their house.
There's some holes in this house. There's some holes.
There's a little coral here. It's nice. Ugh.
He's dark. That's a witch. I'm killing her.
This way? This way, I guess.
Oh, and my mic was muted. I was just saving there because I know I have to go soon. But
Where you're going?
I have the dude is awake now. I can have it in my time.
I see. Should we then continue or should we go back?
I can't. I don't. I mean, I saved there, but you. I don't know. You guys can start it without me.
This is very gleeped up.
Yeah. Whoa. What is this? What is this?
This is a dock someone made.
Whoa. Wait, where am?
Right here.
That was your boat. Why you exploration this far? Oh wait, is this where you got the gold? Oh, crazy! Oh, bro.
Tortuga.
Tortuga. You guys know that song?
Yeah.
Yes.
Holy smokes.
Oh.
What was that? I have to kill it.
Oh,
And for what? It didn't even drop it.
That's fine.
Sorry. What about?
Do we have to go soon or
yeah. But I
Is it
want
fu-
that.
is it far or
Oh, Enderman.
just go into the water?
I pissed them off.
You don't like water.
Freaking pissed off.
I don't I don't think that works.
LOL.
I have to.
There we go.
Holy smokes!
What do you say?
The
Hey!
fucking mic me. Oh my god. The fuck. My sword!
Oh, my, oh no.
I'm having a moment.
Oh, is
This
that it?
way. Yeah.
We
built
going?
a west here. A big west.
Oh my god, and it can be like cowboys versus aliens.
Yeah!
And
Yeah.
we connected through the like nether ways.
Yes.
We
The
say,
other
like, it's a
world.
portal between between time, future and past.
Oh. Oh.
We can make a time machine. Can we make a DeLorean?
Yo,
Yeah.
I will look up if there is DeLorean builds.
There's gotta be.
It's gotta have
We're going
like
back to England. Yeah.
skids on the road. Oh, now you're hungry.
Yeah, cause then we
Oh, if we have netherrack, we can
Yeah.
make like fire.
Fire.
also.
Dude, that's so pretty with the lights. Go fuck. Go fuck.
Yeah.
And for what?
Look,
Trog, give me the 95 stream streak, man. Thank you.
look at how pretty that is. With the coral and then the yeehaw. That is too much shit here.
Can you guess what freaking song is playing right now?
This is the
From the
thing.
last dungeon of Endwalker.
Oh,
Just-
Freaking
just-
nerds. I'm just Porter Robinson.
Lol. And you know what? And he's not even good.
You take that back. You need.
Madion's better.
Well, no, they're good in their own different ways.
No.
Dying. Don't look for me. I'm
I'm
just
dying. Swims for 1 second.
Deadmau5 is better than both.
Well, Zed's better than Deadmau5. There.
Zed, more
Yeah.
like Fred.
Don't say it. Redlow Vermont?
Yes.
Yeah.
We going here.
I'm just here.
What is cat?
Good time.
Cat?
Hey, you exploding?
Like a cat when he's shitting. That's what my cat sounded like when he was pooping. I was cooking bacon and I heard
Well, like one of those groan tubes.
Look out!
Get your cat checked.
Why?
No.
Why'd the cat do that?
Okay, he's just like sad because he's got a lamp.
Did they
He's a
hairball
lamb.
yet?
He is the
No, he doesn't do
Luxor
those.
Junior lamp.
Apparently, very few cats do, so I don't know where that.
I guess it's like a type of fur light, probably. Maybe a really hairy cat.
Man, this is just crazy.
Pusher? What the? Discord roll? Maybe I should do 100 streak roll.
But this could be cool, right? We could make
But
like
why is orange?
it's
Oh,
like
over
Wild
here.
West.
But it's
Wild
called
Wild
red
West.
sand. This ain't red.
It's orange. Yeah, it's the same when they say red hair and it's orange.
Yo,
This is...
Now that's pretty
oh,
true.
dude, this is gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
we call it the like
Gorgeous.
the water hole or something like that.
The water hole.
Somebody poisoned the water hole.
Yeah, it's a very Western term actually.
The water hole. Dude, this is sick. We could make like a village and
We do the like
another
bank that they have in
UFO.
Rango.
chest.
Oh yeah,
I got here a lodestone or two.
I got two.
My stone load.
Why you said this?
Wait. It's so dumb. Yeah, DeLorean. We could build fucking cars. Life is a
Oh.
highway.
There's a damn spawner over here.
All night long. Ew, should we kill it? Oh,
No.
Spider.
Just do that, and it's good.
Oh, okay.
I like that like mountain bit over there. Never mind, I get.
I was gonna say so. I can't stop.
Okay, stop. That's dubstep. You know that the genre or no?
Be-doo-doo, 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 be-doo-doo.
Oog. Everywhere the light touches is ours.
Everywhere I go, it's the same home.
How far is this border?
I don't know.
I'm like checking the map, but we're still fucking going.
Armadillo. Oh,
Yo.
sorry.
Wait, we wanted an armadillo, didn't we?
Yeah, but we would bring it all the way back to spawn, so... There's some,
Yeah,
like,
let's
closer
wait
to
here.
us.
Wait, do you say you wanted an armadillo? Or
No.
oh,
Well, the
Someone
person who
else
wants
wanted an
is...
armadillo.
It's Raspy.
oh, raspy. Yeah.
He's building
That
right
is- you
here.
Probably could get dog, like wolf armor.
Yeah. Well, they want it for Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
But you can put dog armor if you find certain dogs.
I want dog armored.
Hey, what the hell's this?
We'll make a saloon and a jail.
Holy smokes! Look at this right here. Never mind. This is empty as hell. This is the saddest mine I've been seen in my life. Never mind. Never mind. Oh my god! I think I found somebody's gold mine. If you open the map and look at... Is this Drax's mine right here? Or is this yours? There's gold in these damn hills.
There's gold in them hills.
I'll tell you what.
Hoo-wee.
Hoo-wee, we gonna strike some gold today. Who needs water in the gold rush when we can find some Right here, these mines.
My old pop used to tell me, "You're a fucking disappointment."
Oh, jeez. Me pa was the same.
Did we had the same pop?
Maybe. Everybody has the same
small
pa
world.
around here. Even them those who are married to each other.
Wait, what the hell the incest going on?
Sweet home Alabama.
Alabama.
Ooh, that is crazy talk.
Hooey. Why we're on green?
So yes, every time we go on green, we speak normal, and then you talk like this when you're.
This place is
scrolling on the
converting
pla-
us. It's because we're aliens. We're trying to, you know, fit with the
You're with the climate.
yeah, with these humans. But why these humans like these red sands? I gotta tell you what, it's uncomfortable and coarse and gets
Right.
everywhere.
I think rope bridges look nice.
True.
What the hell is that over there? Oh, it's just big
Sand.
sand. Whoa!
I wanna go to this big one.
it.
The big mountain.
Uśmiech.
It's a big mound.
Look at that. Bobcat FM with a 3-month resubscription with a Prime. And thank you very much for your support. I appreciate that. Welcome back, Bobcat FM. Smile emoji. And then I read a book, or maybe 2 or 3.
They're complimenting us.
Oh, it was all secret Eros. Okay, you're banned. Okay.
I did it.
Yeah, well, you're gonna like it when we make a Laporte area, so.
What the fuck is a Lapora?
It's the little bunnies. Spoilers.
look at that.
Spoilers.
Oh, the moon thing.
No, this. You know, man. What you understanding here that you know
Oh, sorry.
when
oh, sorry.
and
oh,
this
sorry.
is
oh,
11
sorry.
years this content
sorry.
here
Oh, sorry.
and you just wow, look at
Oh,
that. Somebody poisoned a water hole.
This sick.
Dude, look at that, like center island. That's
Yeah,
so
it's
cool.
Nice.
You make here like a saloon.
This is where like an alien ship crashed, and then they made a UFO. made a western
Yeah.
town around it.
That's why originally I was thinking like one of these like, what the fuck are they called? The big doohickey mountain things. Like that's where
A
I'd
mountain?
crash an alien. No, that's different.
La Plateau.
The I swear it's called something different. Like the eroded.
Lasagna.
It's not
Oh.
the lasagna. The crash lasagna. Whatever.
Big Rock, Boulder,
Mesa. Oh,
Grand Canyon.
Canyon?
Canyon.
Mesa biome?
maybe I don't know. I just swear these things specifically had a certain name.
Well, this
These-
biome is called Mesa,
Yeah.
Terracotta.
or
I
like
don't-
Badland.
I don't know. It's just like is it plateau? I don't know. I just remember it was. I swear that looks like mustard.
Blumenkranz.
Plateau, bloom.
Bloom.
Oh, biome. I read that bloom.
Blow.
Fucking blind is what I am. Yeah, I like this. This is a good spot because you could have like a little town village, and then looking down here, and you could have like crash stuff. So you guys are gonna build it. I'm gonna go right.
Yeah, it's gonna be Gerudo Valley right here. So, you know what that is? Gerudo Valley.
Oh yeah. And you get your guitar and you go.
I don't know if the guitar would be able to play through the mic.
Yeah. Huge.
Yodge.
Yeah. Wait, butter for you, butter for you, butter for you.
Wow. Hoodoos.
Hoodoos! Are you really?
The hoodoo voodoo.
See, I knew they had a name. Hoodoos. Yeah, I was
Ah,
like,
lol.
you do a hoodoo.
Why are they hoodoo?
You do.
No.
Voodoo?
Voodoo, hoodoo, you do.
Hoodoo,
You
voodoo.
remind me of the babe. Dude, the sunset. So, nah, Savannah.
Well, hold on. Isn't it supposed to...
Arc.
What about that place right over there?
We don't go there.
What's on the menu? Wait a minute. You guys watched that one? That was like Lion
that
King 2.5 or something?
One and a half.
Yeah, 1.5, yeah.
Take a ton of
Where it starts with Wow, Svenja, but it's like, what's on the menu? It's like the perspective of Timon and Pumbaa.
I remember
Pumbaa. She
Marsh
poo on
did
my
like
ba.
a reference. They did like a...
Yeah.
Oh.
What were you saying?
No, never mind.
Look what you did. You scared him off.
Hey,
Traumatized his Swede.
it's okay. Sometimes they poo the ba.
What you call me? You just told me to pull the bar. I don't...
Different colored fires? I think you have green. Or blue.
Lol. You can have blue and green.
Dude, I like this area. Is
It's
that
a
another
good area.
village?
Yes.
Or is it
Or
only...
I think we were in that one.
Oh.
It's like really
I can-
freaking far, but you can still see all of it over there. Look at it.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Dude, that's sick. Look, patties.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you can't
Look
see our,
out.
like UFO from here.
Ah!
It's very small, but you can definitely see the UFO.
I think it's average.
It's small, dude. Just gotta accept it.
Yeah, I like these. Okay, I'm gonna go, but I come back, attempt to something here. I
Okay.
gotta. I'm sorry. Maybe terraform here a little bit.
You listen to me.
We
She
need a
bringing us
road.
5,000 blocks.
Yes, because
And now she's leaving. She's leaving.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Have some gunpowder, a bone, a bread.
No, thank you. I had some earlier.
How's
I was like the gunpowder, actually. It's,
oh yeah.
thank you. It's for my orbital space cannon.
We didn't need to think. I'll be back. At least now I sort of have a project I could work on, maybe. I can't build for shit, but I'm gonna look up.
That's okay. You can copy all you want.
Get some lights or something. Maybe I think a road. So we could have like Route 66, and we could call it Route 67 because it's really funny, and it goes.
No.
It's Route 102.
Or
Oh, yeah. Bam, bam,
Route,
bam, bam,
Route
bam.
61.
No, Route 209.
209,
Like Area
209.
51.
Oh, true.
But in route.
True. And root cause plant.
Route, cause
Crane.
canal.
That's ew. No. Ow.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I gotta go. I see you
Okay.
guys in like I don't know how long it would take to finish. Cause it's like almost finished this game. This hat
Speed
easy
run.
time. Eat.
It takes me like something like 20 seconds.
Speedrun.
We watch this guy. He's weird. We
Why
should
you
bury
said
him.
this? Hey, no. Hey, no.
Whoa, there's a really big hole in there.
Wow. What a
Can't
hole.
say that.
Gaping. Oh. Good night. Oh. Good night.
Hey, what are you... Met green person today. No
Yeah.
understand. Why so much wool?
He's doing an alien documentary or like logbook.
Oh, I see.
Hey, I'm right. Please don't.
He's sensitive.
If I freaking die, I'm gonna die to death. Lol, you see their armor is like so plain.
That's fucked up.
I'm
Why are
poor
they...
man.
What the fuck? That... Okay, good night. Good night.
What? Now, what if we all just left?
I mean, I don't imagine she's gonna come back in a few hours, so
Yeah, I don't know how far along in time they are, so... Well, I suppose this means we're just gonna have to, venture all the way back.
when is Nether?
I give up. Wait, really?
What? Like, do we have a date? Like a time?
You hear or no? I don't know nothing.
How much would like 3,800 blocks be like the equivalent in Nether?
You divide it by 3?
Is it 3 or is it 8?
I don't remember. How much was it? 8,000?
It's 3,800. That's how far our base is.
It'd be about 400 blocks. Almost 500.
Okay, that's not too bad.
That's if it's divided by 8, which that does sound like it makes more sense.
Yeah, then we just do a railway between here, and then we have another base we can build up.
I'm kind of excited for the nether builds people are gonna do. If people even do that.
I probably won't because
Why?
of the like gas. I've actually like never built in the Nether.
I mean, I've kind of built in another, nothing like crazy. Also the blaze contraptions, obviously, right? Doesn't count, but whatever, man. You know. And sometimes I don't know, cause I want to build something. There's this place in Final Fantasy 14, called the Void, and they have this specific area. It's not exactly the prettiest place, but it's very red, like the Nether, and I want to try to recreate a certain thing there.
I see.
Yeah.
If we were to like have a portal, should we have it down there?
Well,
should we
I
have
was
it up here?
thinking if we're gonna make a crashed UFO, we could just put it inside the UFO over there.
So would it be another flying thing? Oh no, wait. You said crashed, so it would be. Is it like a diagonal thing then? Maybe
Maybe just a landed UFO? I'm not like really picturing like the crash UFO would just be the one we have, but it would just be sort of inside of the sand, and I guess we would have to build sand on it a little bit.
Right. Ew, pretty place.
I'm not ready to start this project.
Yeah.
We have a lot of work to do, and I want to help Radiant build the Aetherite.
Well then, Nether won't come anytime soon anyway, so...
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be a couple days, hours, weeks, months, years. Hey, we're leaving here. I mean, if it is today, that's pretty sick. Whispers. Personally, not a huge fan of this here land. Too much sand. I don't want to abandon Cat. They should make like canoes. Oh my! Imagine you have to like row together.
That'd be nice.
No, I think it would be awful. Where is Cat?
I don't know.
Also, are there even specific dogs in the desert?
I'm not sure. I haven't checked out the, like... Because it's part of the new Minecraft update. It's not even a mod, so...
Wait, what the hell? There's another boat. Whose boat is this? This your boat or no? Oh.
Here you go.
Blatant robbery. I need to get channeling, I think it is, on my boat. Hey, you're staying here? Okay. Wait, is there a lead? This your lead? Oh, I don't know. No, I don't know. I think we head back and finalize the satellite.
Okay.
My friend, we go for now. Hey, we going for now here, and then we coming back. We'll leave. Good luck, my friend. Hey, you know, in like racing, when you're almost like side by side, but someone's behind you, and then like they hit the side of your car, like in GTA.
Yeah, I love cars.
Like the movie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't.
Because that's what happened in the Piston Cup.
Oh, yeah, true. Why'd they piss in the ton? I don't
I
know.
thought you were gonna say why they piss in the cup.
Well, I was gonna say why they
Doctor.
pissing a ton, but
Oh,
My brain is not working.
I'm sure the Borpa speak isn't helping either.
No, it's no good. It's no good, but you know, listen me, sometime here you have to just let this happen. I'm running on very little sleep.
Oh,
My professor finally came back to life.
that's good
Kind
in
of.
a way.
Well, they came back and they gave us the assignment that we assumed would be for last week for this week, including the quiz. So I'm concerned that we're behind a week. You would think we're ahead a week, but we're technically behind because we're doing what we had to do last week this week.
Right.
So like, what are we gonna have to compile like 3 chapters into one and then do a triple quiz? It's a little,
Maybe.
it's overwhelming. These are summer courses too, like,
Yeah. I have the final thesis I need to finish.
another
It's,
one.
no, same one.
What?
It's not finished.
What?
It has to be finished by the 23rd.
But you already did the... There's more?
It's the writing part. What do you mean?
Well, I thought you had to write and then, like, do the thing where you present it.
No. So first you write, then you have mid-presentation, then you write some more, then you have the final presentation, then you
Dude.
write for the last time.
No, don't land. No.
What?
No, more water.
Okay.
There's a straight shot through the ocean to get there. It's probably faster. This connects to the ocean where we got the sea lanterns, but still, damn. So you have a writing portion on top of... Man, this is crazy.
It's so you can, like, if you present something, you get more to write about, because sometimes it's easier to talk than it's to write.
Oh, I don't know. I'm like the opposite, gotta be honest. That's why I was a mute originally. I just found life easier when I was typing than when I was speaking. But it was at the time. I don't know. Maybe it's changed now. I mean, I talk all the time. I don't stop talking. It's a
I feel
problem.
that. I mean, I was on mute when I started.
Hey, mute squad, huh?
Well, I had like a week before, like the very first time I played VR chat, I was speaking, and then when I was in like other lobbies with other people, I just stopped speaking and just did my skits.
I was a mute for about a year. I have this slight predicament. It's not just streaming, it's just how I am, but, you know, we talk about the whole writing thing and how we like writing. Well, in a way, I play the role of the characters that I am, and I do that a lot in VR chat, so people really liked the mute, and then there was no longer the mute, and they didn't like that. It was a pretty good character, I guess. Even though I never claimed to be... Huh?
To be one, to be the mute character forever.
Well, I never claimed any part of the character aside from, you know, obvious stuff like, oh, I like music, oh, I like this. The personal stuff, but like, I never even claimed to be female. Hey!
Welcome, Raiders!
Hey! You see them here.
Yes. Little munchkins.
Yes, munchkin. Now I want munchkins. You know what those are? Like donut holes?
I do not.
They're so delicious. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome.
Yes, I was also a character, in a way.
Oh,
I was the mute little guy who likes to do funny things.
you were VR chatting. Nice. How was it? It was fun?
So you can imagine when I'm trying to be serious or like hanging with friends, that someone else come up and tell you, dance, please.
Tim Tam. Are you Canada land? I see. You know, mutes are pretty good. It's easier for them now.
You mean with the like voice?
Yeah.
Not to be
The Australian
Not
Tim
to
with
be
the
like
Canadian. Oh, I see.
disrespectful to mute. Doesn't that defeat the purpose?
Hmm.
You
Yes.
know what I mean?
Yes, but a lot of people that are mute because of the anxiety of it, of being social. And some people are just straight up like mute in real life. They have the deficiency or whatever it is, the
well,
disability.
I get that.
So, there's a benefit to the TTS. I don't know how they can't obviously do voice to voice through the AI, but
Can't they? I've seen a few people who've done that.
I mean, if they're like straight up mutes in real life.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Scotland! Nice! We have Tim Hortons in
no-
Scotland.
some-
Oh! How do you like
like
it? Do you think it
bun
fell off? I'm curious because in Canada, they say it fell off.
They never spoke. I think they were like a real life mute, and they always wore a bell.
Yeah, doing
Because,
alright.
apparently, they kept scaring people because
Oh.
they were like a real life mute, so they accidentally always like sneaked up on them.
Oh, I see.
So they started wearing a bell, and then in the VR chat model they had like a little bell, so they just unmute all the time and then shake the little
Imagine
bell.
being a mute. I was a mute for about a year in VR chat, but that was like in 2017. Welcome in, guys. I'm Aiko, or Koyo, if you're familiar with me from the Minecraft server. I'm like a raccoon alien thing. I don't know. I don't know what I am, but oh, great timing for the ads. You'll love to see it. Tim Hortons is mid. The only times I'd get something is for hot chocolate. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, that's what I always hear. It's mid, but the hot chocolate's pretty good. Someday I may unmute, but it's rough. Yeah. No, I get that. The only reason that I unmuted it was because I found out that... what happened?
I'm checking the map. I think I missed a turn.
I mean, we're essentially here. We just go through here. We just, we're climbing up now. No more boat.
Here. I just went to the stair.
This is... I want to make like a... tunnel. A canal that connects the two waters. Normally, you know, that's frowned upon in real life, but this is Minecraft, so... Oh.
You can't connect the seawater with the salt water.
I know!
Like
I know.
every man does at the beach.
Dude, those videos are crazy. Of the people who connect a river to an ocean.
Yeah. Probably killing a bunch of fishes along the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you heard about the Dead Sea?
Yes. It's a lake.
Isn't like it is, yeah. It's just so salty. You can literally just float. on
Float?
top.
Yeah. It's actually
Afterwards,
really
you have
cool.
It is cool, but afterwards you have to like wash yourself, else you'll be cooked by the sun like a steak.
yeah, cause it's... I mean, even at the beach, like, you go in the water for a little bit, it's better to, like, wash yourself off a little, cause the sun, you know, it'll cook you up anyway. I mean, not as much as the Dead Sea, but at home I got to deal with family in my house. Oh, right.
That and there's like tons
Yeah.
of
Talking face to face like
Sharp.
IRL.
like stalled rocks.
I had a similar issue, but then I was just like, to hell with it, and no one
Stepping on
seemed to
one
mind.
It's not a good day.
But I get that. I totally get that. I just stopped being a mute because I decided that I like talking, and also people seem to communicate with me better through verbal speech, as opposed to my old ways of just being a typer. That's all I used to do. Boom, 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 boom. So why were you a mute? Tell me.
I use issues speaking because
I see.
of rude people in real life. I didn't have very much like supportive people in my life, I would have to say. That
Oh
made-
yeah. Oh,
that
I know
made my
that.
voice very, very quiet, and I eventually just decided not to speak in the game.
Yeah. No, I get that. Oh yeah,
Which,
people walking away like mid conversation. Oh god.
Yeah, mine was more like bullying reasons.
Right, yeah.
But after like 2 years or something like that of being a mute and getting friends, not being able to speak to them was not fun.
Yeah.
Especially in games like Among Us.
Oh. Oh man. Oh my god, that just reminded me of like people who were so mad at mutes. Wow, because we invited mutes all the time because you and I, you know, we were hosting lobbies and wow, very tall. And people were so mad that we invited mutes because they're like, we don't even know how to like call them out. I was like, it's just a game, man. Like,
And people never give you a chance to like type it either.
yeah. It ain't easy being a mute. I know that much.
Yeah, and then it was my birthday and I decided to unmute.
Hey, happy birthday.
Thank you.
I gotta put loyalty 3 on one of my tridents here, so I'm just gonna do that real quick.
Okay.
Well, you know, I hope that you find the courage to speak if that is what you want. And if not, then I don't really think there's anything inherently wrong with being mute, especially nowadays with all the convenience, but I totally get it. Like there's some people on this server who when they stream, they have to mute for like I don't even know how long, but quite a bit. Because people are walking around and even with the AI voice, they get caught. God damn it. Oh yeah, the Steam frame. That's really exciting. Honestly. I didn't end up writing anything yet. Just some ideas in my head.
Hmm. I mean, you can keep this book.
Oh,
I have like 5.
oh, I take. Yes. I got a quick charge, so I'm just tossing it in. Damn, you know, I haven't been in this bed in so long. It's got to be like 2 weeks now in a row of Minecraft where I just have not used the bed.
I just needed to reset my spawn point because I've been exploring a little.
Oh, Naruto. Naruto Toho project.
I wanted to
Watashi wa Toby fucks with this. Toho Project.
I hate like English words in Japanese. Ah, George Kun.
Oh my god, what was the... Oh my god, there was a meme that was going around that pissed me off so hard.
What was it?
It was recent-ish. Konichi Wart. Konichi Wart Minasan.
What is it like? Japanese with a country accent. Or
It was
something like that?
something like that. Oh my god, it drove me off a wall. I was like, this is the worst meme in years. I can't stand it. Yeah, hey, no pressure. You should never feel pressure to unmute.
Have you seen what's that cartoon? Punch Punch Forever.
No. Sounds familiar.
It's a cartoon someone made on YouTube. What's that creator Speederoo?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's essentially a parody on the Japanese anime with like a Western style.
Uh-huh.
And it has like tons and tons of like internet humor in it.
Uh-huh.
And so it's a like a tournament or wherever, and they look at like a huge jumbotron screen, and it's like the mayor of Japan or wherever, but it's a Swedish guy with like a somewhat fake Japanese accent.
Oh no.
Konnichiwa minasan. He like speaks fluently Japanese throughout the thing, and then at the very end of his like sentence, he just stays quiet, like staring at you, and just, can they still see me? I recommend it. It's not super long, and it's.
People won't like
it's
that I
fun.
unmute, I lose viewers because I've seen people lose viewers on mute before. I was one of those people for sure. I mean, I wasn't a very big streamer though. I mean, I went from, it was like 10, which still, that's something, but from like 10 people regularly to 3. So it does happen, unfortunately. That's the way of it, unfortunately. But I prefer people liking me for me over people liking me for the model and name, I guess. Boof oof.
You and your namings.
What's the problem?
Rufus,
What you don't like?
Yorgus.
Okay, fine. Watch this. You're gonna like this right here.
Could call it Sprinkle or something like that. Shmifa.
It's good?
God, yeah. I remember when we did like a meme a long time ago where
Hey, no worries,
think-
Rin. Thank you so much for the raid. Enjoy VR chat. Enjoy,
there was a
enjoy.
picture of
I be
Meg,
cranking my hig.
and we just it was just
What
the word
you're saying?
Smeg.
What?
Yeah. That was literally it. I think I did like a shitty Photoshop, which was just a picture of. It was either Meg or Lightning McQueen, and we just wrote Smeg, and then posted every single one of us just posted it on Twitter.
Oh,
Smeg or
God.
Smeeg. Something like that.
Wait. Okay, we have to lock in.
Yep.
What do we... I can't see it from here. Oh,
I
God.
do that shit all the time, trying to go on that side.
What are we making this out of?
Well, I assume middle part is stone. The rim is deep slate. And then I don't know about the like antenna bit.
I think the antenna could be like copper, and we actually just let it wither out.
Okay.
So if he doesn't have the Toronto Japanese guide, then make one! Come on, man! Come on, man!
Let's see, is there stone? There is no stone.
I'm trying to follow the format. Good vibration.
I like the little dudes.
Oh. Making human communication device. Very big, no work. Why even have?
Just use phone. I got iPhone.
Just use. Oh, I need like an alien name for it though.
Oh,
I'm looking the iPhone up. I'm just gonna translate it. Actually, I just thought of something.
standby music house. Good vibration. I like moment of the heat. People nearby with it. Why so much wool? No understand. Just use Schlingo. Work very good. Day. Wait, is that day 1 or day 2? The next page.
Well, I wasn't sure if that was written today, so I was just like, day one. I should do day 1, part 2, I guess.
There we go. Making human communication device very big, no work. Why even have?
How do you make... Is it this? How do you make the glitchy effects in books?
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying here?
I know exactly what you mean. I don't know if you can. I have to Google a little.
What is that, dude? Okay, I need some sort of symbol that I can't make myself, I don't think.
I know the symbol is right next to the 1 in your keyboard, but it doesn't appear for whatever reason.
Yeah, I'm trying to like... It's this thing. I can't paste it in. Uh. What?
I've tried to watch this video and this kid is
Oh,
speaking with the most
no.
muffled voice. It's like.
You know, if I had a numpad right now, life would be crazy.
I have one.
I mean, I can technically make this into one really quick. Let's see. Big fat tacos, big fat tacos. What's up, Rose? Oh my god, what happened to him? No! He was out in the sun for too long. Something's not right here. The number keys are not even going through. Huh? Oh, is it 'cause... Okay, that might work. Where's my 0? Oops. What? Why are there 2 8s? What have I done? So effectively, it should be... No, I can't make it. It doesn't make the symbol. It's not letting me make the symbol.
No.
It just does like a right arrow for me. Well, I don't even care anymore. I'm YouTubing it. I care, I care, I care. What's up, baby beans? Welcome in. It's funny, everyone's saying, oh, you can just copy paste it. Oh, it's only for bedrock? Did you find it out? Did you figure it out?
You figure it out?
You got it?
No. From what I can tell, it's from an older update, and they removed it later on.
Yeah, I mean, apparently it only works in bedrock.
That's stupid.
Well, whatever.
He would have been sick.
Yeah.
Alright, I forgot to show you the sheep thing.
I'm just fixing it to say iPhone,
Make sure
but in
it's
alien.
and not escape.
I saw you flatten the area over there too.
Which area?
The where we had the skeleton.
Oh, yeah.
Is it working?
Yeah.
Wow! Oh, wow. Yes. Iglorp X. Wait. That's a good one. I hate that we can't do like text format. It pisses me off. Do INARP.
Yeah.
Just use INARP XL. Wow.
Yeah,
Well, we're
all
gonna-
it needs is to be like replenish the scissors. And that's it.
Oh! Oh, thank you. Should make that a daily gift. Yeah. Well, hell yeah, man. Nice.
So we need stone.
Surely we have some left over at the island, right? At Melancholy Hill?
Yeah.
Surely.
Up on Melancholy Hill.
Up on Melancholy Hill, there's a plastic tree. Are you here with me? Are you here with me?
Is that Courage or Goofy?
Yeah, it's like the same thing, you know, but both dog.
Ooh, up on
Oh.
Melancholy Hill.
The things I do for Muriel.
I'll do it, but I won't like it.
Ah, look at that. 3 stacks, Roy.
2 here. None there.
And some copper ingots. From Gringotts. Infinite speed is what that thing had.
That's a good movie. Speed.
Pogo's for speed.
I guess not.
Wait, what?
If you've seen the movie Speed.
No. I had to think about that.
It's a movie featuring Keanu Reeves.
Uh-huh.
It's about a cop who saves people from like a hijacker has put a bomb on the elevator, and a bunch of people are about to fall to their death
Uh-huh.
as they, settle his demands. They don't, and this police officer pissed him off, and he escaped.
Okay.
But he was able to save the people in the elevator.
Hmm.
And so, as an act of revenge, he put a bomb on a bus. And as
Oh.
soon as the bus hits, like 50 miles an hour or something like that,
Hmm.
it can no longer go lower than that.
Or it'll
Else
blow
the-
up.
or it will blow up. And the only person who can help is that one police officer.
Okay.
No one is allowed to get off, and he has to follow this crazy man's demand of money.
It reminds me of a different movie. Something, the something code or the code something, and it like it's a vet, like a veteran, and he's put into like a simulation over and over again of a train that got blown up.
Okay.
Oh, I can't remember the source code, maybe?
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's called Source Code, yes. That was a cool movie. It's a different concept-ish, but like still has to do with a train, I guess, blowing up,
Yeah.
and just it was just him repetitively having to figure out where the bomb is, who caused the explosion.
Wait, I might have seen this.
It's actually, I think it's a really good movie. Uh, I've never
like,
heard anyone else agree
slowly-
though.
It's like slowly coming back to me. I must have seen it like a long time ago.
It's yeah. My first time watching it was on a plane. Not ideal about, yeah. But it's a good movie. I like the concept of this dude just constantly getting sent back into a simulation to figure out this train thing. But like he feels the split second of dying in the explosion every time.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, so like he'll come back and he'll need a moment to like lock in and breathe because obviously, yeah,
Yeah.
he had that split moment of, damn, I died.
What do you think of Inception? If you watched it.
No, I didn't, but I should. I've only ever been told that it's good.
It is good.
I just never know if I can believe it or not. Because I always hear, oh, this is like the best movie ever, and then I watch and I'm like, this was... eh.
It's definitely like a unique movie because no one has really done the concept of the dream within a dream.
Right. No, I mean, I like that. I like the concept of it for sure.
Yeah, most of the time when I watch a movie, I like the concept. More, like that's what intrigues me to watch the movie, and then whether or not that movie is good is like another story.
Right. It's hit
So
or miss for me.
Yeah, it's how I watch like movies like Annihilation.
Uh-huh.
It's a really fucking like visually stunning movie. Because because it's about like military people who see this giant bubble.
Uh-huh.
It's like it looks like just a huge dome. They go into it and it looks normal enough, but like reality is slightly warped in a way.
Okay.
So everything from so this bubble just appeared all of a sudden, and
Mhm.
you can see like bushes that are shaped like humans, because they have like the DNA of humans rather than actual bushes. Or,
Oh.
people who were in the blast of it, trying to survive. There was like this cam footage of the people like screaming and running, and there was this one guy who could feel something in his stomach, and it was gross scene, but they like opened up the stomach and his like organs were moving around like snakes.
Oh. Um.
Or like a bear that has the ability to scream the last thing it hears.
Oh.
Like it's such an interesting concept of like a movie. I just wish it was better. It just wasn't like writing wise. It wasn't that good.
I hate when movies have such great concepts and then it's just not a good movie, or it's like whatever.
Yeah.
It's so infuriating. It makes me think of FNAF.
I don't know why. Whenever the subject of FNAF comes around, I just like laugh.
Empreglor. I don't know. It's one of those fandom things.
Yeah.
I hate fandoms. Being that I was in one of the most obnoxious fandoms of all time.
Which one?
Sometimes it's easier not to talk about
Fair enough.
those days. But believe me, it was a time. Now, you know what? There's worse fandoms these days. I would say it's not all that bad. It was Homestuck.
I tried to get into it. I was like, I think I just didn't get the concept. The like web page thing.
Yeah, like webcomics and stuff.
That, and I think my computer was just way too slow to
Oh,
just render one scene.
I liked it at the time.
Yeah, I mean,
I just I like
it seemed
the
cool. I never got
Yeah.
past to the, what do you call it, because they had demons in them, and I like never saw that.
They had what? Sorry.
Demons or whatever.
Oh yeah. I liked it because I liked like the what is it? Star signs? No, what are they called?
Star signs.
Oh my god, like Sagittarius, Aquarius.
Oh, horoscope?
Right. Whatever the actual thing is. I don't remember what it's actually called, but
Yeah, it's not horoscope, but
that's beyond me. That's like Tumblr, you
101.
know, Tumblr user
Yeah.
I don't know. With the stones, they like their shiny stones, and they all survive.
Compass. Ye- That's
Dropped
alright.
it. Yeah, dude. Oh, I saw more stone.
I mean, we still need to gather more, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
I mean, Tumblr was its own little culture, and
I was
obviously
at
you
the
have now
time.
shows like what was it, Has-Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss,
Yeah.
which is very very person from Tumblr.
Yeah. I mean, I
They
had my
also made
Tumblr.
Homestuck, like an animated Homestuck.
They did. Or they're working on it.
They
Or
did
it
the
might be
first
out.
episode.
Did they?
Yeah, like a pilot.
Oh. They fly?
From what I can tell, it's pretty accurate.
Oh. What?
Yeah, this area doesn't render,
Man.
which means we have 12 stones.
Man. We gotta make another station back there.
Probably.
That's okay. It's not too much effort.
No. It is effort, but not too much.
Yeah. Hey, wow, diorite, crazy. I'm taking this andesite. I'm gonna go make another one.
Okay.
We got infinite lava over there, so we just gotta move it over for a little bit, and we'll probably take that one apart later, or we could just make a cool looking one outside as well. But meh, meh. Why you jump run?
Faster.
Fine, have it your way.
Isn't that a slogan? Subway.
Subway, have it your way. No, Subway's eat fresh. Burger King.
I was pretty sure it was Subway.
Subway's
there
eat,
was-
eat fresh.
Subway, have it your way.
No, Subway, eat fresh. Cause I remember because there used to be a meme. It was Spubby eat freef. That's where my eat your freef brush your teeth came from.
Make it your way.
Make it your way. What is that, Subway?
Make it your way. Yeah,
I've never heard that.
I just googled.
I only know Subway eat fresh.
But the only reason why I know of it is for like a stupid meme. It was like some dude who wanted like cum on his Subway.
What?
He wanted cum on his Subway because it's like, have it your way. It was like, what do you mean I can't have cum on it?
You said have it my way.
It's such a dumb fucking video, but at the time I was like crying. Let's. Yeah, I wasn't crazy. It is Subway, have it your way.
It is. Come on. It's.
You're having that like Mandela effect thing.
It is eat fresh. Subway, eat fresh. Maybe it's American thing.
Maybe. Wait, what's Burger King's then?
I feel like that's have it your way.
Burger King.
It's what?
You rule.
No, it is not. Oh, they
Okay,
changed their
classic.
slogan.
Okay, so we both are right in a way. So they changed it.
They
And
changed
Subway
it
just stole
to be your way. What? That is the stupidest thing I've heard in my life. Why would they do that? I don't approve. I hate that very much. Okay, hoppers.
This marketing ain't for me.
I like to have it your way.
Yeah, and so did Subway.
No! That's wrong. It's just not right. I've never heard that. I swear. In my entire life. I've never heard it. It's
And then of course you have McDonald's, which is just I'm loving it.
that one. Yeah.
That one is classic. Arby's, we have the meats.
We have the meats. That one is a choice. For sure. What's up, Juvie? It's you know, Juvie, it's actually going terrible today. I forgot the cauldrons. Classic life. We have the meats. Turns out Arby's is one of the worst places to eat, though, so...
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
never had it, so
Yeah, you're not missing out, gotta be honest.
like I had my first like Five Guys last year.
Oh... Five Guys is so good.
It was.
I love Five Guys burgers and fries.
I was so surprised by the size of like fries.
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah, the full bags of just greasy fries.
Yeah, I remember I was with Colin and he was ordering his food, and I kind of just copied him. But
Yeah.
just, he just took like a normal one, and I was like, I kind of want cheese on mine, so I just picked. Oh yeah, the cheeseburger one or whatever. And he said small fry, so I was like, okay, small fry.
Haha.
And I'm glad I got the small fry.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And then the cheeseburger was like a double burger. I was like, oh, I didn't think that was gonna be it.
Yeah, they go pretty ham. It's now I want burgers.
And then you have the infinite drink. You can serve yourself however much you want.
Yeah. People are always like, man, I don't like Five Guys. Well, compared to everywhere, except for Chick-fil-A. But Chick-fil-A is chicken, not burgers. You don't go to Chick-fil-A for a burger. If you go to Chick-fil-A for a burger, you're a weirdo. You go to Chick-fil-A for a chicken sandwich. Oh my god. Oh my god. Know what I mean?
Here in Sweden, we have our own brand of, our own like McDonald's thing, which is called Max Burger.
Right.
It's so good. It has its own like dressing.
What happened? Oh, nothing. I was just making that up.
Of course, we still have McDonald's, but everyone prefers Max.
I have bad history with McDonald's.
I mean, fair enough.
I mean, like, really bad history with McDonald's. Like, I kid you not, every single time I've had McDonald's, I got sick. Like,
Oh, like food poisoning.
for two plus weeks. Every time. The only time I didn't was when I had McDonald's in Poland, which, that's just self-explanatory, I feel like. It's not American food, so...
Less fatty.
Yeah. Looks like a UFO. Well, it looked like a UFO.
Ooh. Ooh, shit. Okay.
Dude.
Yep.
Okay.
There we go.
Well, what made you like Burger King more?
A little mini UFO. Oh, did I ever tell you about
I like
fake
Pepsi
burger
because it
story?
tastes like soap to me, and in Germany, Pepsi's with McDonald's, Burger King's Coca-Cola. Oh, okay. Interesting. Sorry, you said fake burger?
Yeah. So, at school, we uh, we were just wandering around in the
We must
nearby
go back.
stores,
Um.
and so we had a little, like outside of school,
Lidl's.
and we kind of were just walking around, and then we saw what was like a burger inside of a plastic wrap, just
Okay.
in littles, and we were like, that can't taste good. And so one of us bought it,
Oh. Okay.
and we walked to the school. We went to their microwave, warmed it up, went into like a study room, placed it in the like in on a plate in the middle of a round table, and we were all surrounding it. And so we kind of just passed it around to like see what it tasted like. It was like, ugh, awful, fake burger taste or whatever. And so
Right.
one of us had the best idea.
Oh god.
They took the plate, they went to the bathroom, they stood on the toilet, and you know one of those square tile roofs where you can like lift it up slightly? Because it's like just foam or whatever.
Yeah.
So one of them, they lifted up, put it to the side, and then put the burger inside there, and then closed it off.
Why?
I don't know, funny.
Funny meme.
And then I think 1 year later, when we were gonna graduate or whatever from high school, we decided, hey, we should check on that burger.
No. No.
So we go back. They lifts up the thing. They take out the plate. It is slightly like dusty and covered in cobwebs. But we kind of just blew it off, and it looked identical. To the
Dude,
first day we
that's
got it.
crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy. I'm never eating burgers again.
Well, never eating Little's burger at least.
I knew it, dude. I should have known, because isn't Little from Germany?
It's the blue and yellow looking one, right?
I don't know.
Just trying to make sure that we're talking about the same Little.
I don't know. You're scaring me. You're scaring me. Yeah, Little is from Germany.
Okay.
Yeah.
And to answer them about the smell, it didn't have any smell.
Oh, that's concerning. I'm transferring all the cobble, by the way.
Ah, I see.
That's... Man. I'm never trusting German food again. Thank you, Peanut. You've convinced me. I'm never, ever wearing Adidas attire again. I will never support this kind of behavior. And I'm gonna never listen to German created music. And...
No 99 Luftballons?
Nope. No 99 Luftballons. No Puma. No Adidas. No German engineering, so no more of those cars. No Sennheiser. I'm taking my headphones off right now. Yep. It's over. I can't hear a damn thing. Sorry, what was that you said?
No, nothing.
What? I only have... I have 2 pairs of Puma shoes, 3 Vans, 2 Adidas, 1 Nike. I have a lot of shoes.
Fair enough. I have 1 pair.
What brand?
Yeah,
What brand?
there's no brand on it.
Based. I used to be very brand heavy, but nowadays most of my stuff is... I mean, there's a brand, obviously, but like, you wouldn't see it on top.
I'm the opposite. I don't like being a walking commercial.
Yeah, no, not anymore. I mean, like, I'll wear stuff from, like, video games, for example, because Final Fantasy has these shirts that they don't look like it's Final Fantasy. I'm wearing one right now, actually, funny enough. But yeah, it's... It's good. I like it. Aldi, never gonna step foot in an Aldi ever again.
We were fucking menaces in high school where you like realize.
I don't know if I did much. Like, nothing crazy. We ditched our friend one time, I guess. We left him in the middle of nowhere. Give me one sec.
Oh.
He deserved it. He had to wait for a
I
bus.
see. We had an assignment where we were supposed to read a book and then talk about it through a recording.
Uh-huh.
And so we had a very tall friend who is very mischievous and a bit of a troublemaker.
Okay.
And he was in my group. And he decided, you know what we should do? Follow me. And so we did. And he led us to this like door that was around the corner.
Uh-huh.
So we entered that door, and it led to like a stairway that is connected to the elevator for teachers to use or whatever.
Uh-huh.
We kind of just walked up this stairway until we found like a latch on the
Oh.
wall. And he just took out like a fork from his pocket and like what do you call it? Lockpick it. He lockpicked it with a fork because it wasn't that complicated of a lock. It was just one of those twist one. And we entered it. As I was the last one to enter because I was still a little bit. Should we do this?
Yeah.
But as soon as I was about to go in, I hear a teacher.
Oh no.
Go up the stairs, so I kind of have to like quickly but quietly go in and close behind me before he notices. And after I close, I turn around and then I realize where we are. We're in the elevator shack.
Oh.
Yeah, and the teacher that was like walking up the stairs, you could hear him just click the elevator button.
Oh no, what?
And we can hear him go up, and it's like just right next to us. And we were like quiet as like a mouse. And as soon as coasts were clear, he was like, "All right, time to record."
Bro.
And so we recorded ourselves doing the book report. Then when we were done, we sent it in and walked out of the latch the same way we came in. And then apparently at the end of the day, we were supposed to like watch these videos together to then just get an idea of the book with the class. But the teacher pulled us aside and was like, "Yeah, we can't show this."
Ooh.
But it was like essentially we were graduating, so they couldn't really do anything about it. And I was also a good kid, so I didn't get in trouble.
No!
Uh,
My life is ruined. I quit Minecraft. I mean, I've never done anything like that in school, only outside. But we've gone to this, there was a field nearby, and what have you just done?
yeah.
I'm never building ever again. And it was a zone that, like, it's a no trespass zone, but it's like a field, and I don't think I've ever seen, and I think the reason is because it was a work in progress, like, train stop area. But there were no tracks or anything yet, so whatever. And we went, and there was like a abandoned plane from, I don't even know what year because I'm not good with planes, but it was old. It was an old looking plane. I was like, damn, I want this. We would go there every so often. We've never gotten in trouble, but it says no trespassing, so I don't know. Or it said. It's a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
I get the reference.
I don't. Did you know I hate Star Wars?
Yeah. I remember. What do you say? Oh, Nether, nice.
I don't believe it.
It's not real.
Yeah. It's all a scheme. Oh, it's an actual announcement.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
In an hour. That's my time to end, bro, and get food. Oh my goodness. Hold on. I just saw an announcement. For Kingdom Hearts 4. I need to watch this really quick. What?
I got a croissant.
Hell yeah. There's a Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer. I'm about to watch it in the great quality that is Twitter.com.
Wow.
You like Kingdom Hearts?
I know nothing about it. Well, I know Goofy, Daffy, and Mickey is there. That and
What the?
Mickey.
It's like Attack on Titan.
Oh.
Who are you people? What the? What? Oh my goodness, I don't see Donald and Goofy. This might be a good game. Wow, multi-platform. It's literally launching on Steam. Wow. I'm like a sort of fan of Kingdom Hearts because mostly the older games.
As I said, I know not much about it. I know obviously that a lot of Disney characters is in it, and there's one scene where Mickey is just wearing a hoodie and he just goes, "Say, fellas, do you know about the door of darkness?"
Yeah, yeah. The classic. Hey, we got some stone though.
Oh, nice.
Grab some.
Yep, got some.
The Heart of Darkness?
Wait, that was just. Do you know about the Muffin Man?
The
The Muffin Man. The Muffin Man.
Muffin Man.
Yes, I know the Muffin Man. The one from Drew Lane. Well, she's married to the Muffin Man. The Muffin Man.
The Muffin Man.
The Muffin Man. Oh, have you? It's such a niche thing, but there was this one edit on YouTube, where they they made essentially Spider-Verse but in Shrek,
What?
and so Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man was going into that scene. And was like, "Say, fellas, do you need some help?" And then it goes into like the next scene, which is just him like eating the gingerbread man.
Oh God, what?
With the song like, "Sun drops are falling on my head."
Bro.
He's just eating it, and it is the most well edited like eating of the gingerbread man I've ever seen.
No.
Wait, I gotta send you this.
GG.
There you have it. It's like a 30 seconds clip, but it's so well made.
Is that you?
He?
The Muffin Man.
The Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man!
She's married to the Muffin Man.
Hi, fellas. So,
What
you guys
is
doing up
happening?
here?
Okay.
Oh, just Christmas cookies.
What?
Shut up.
Let me help you with that.
Raindrops are falling on my head. And just like the guy
No.
for
Oh my God. Raindrops are falling. That's brutal. Oh God, what have I done? The Muffin Man? Do you know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man, the Muffin Man. Do you know the Muffin Man? Do you know the Muffin Man? Do you know my wife? She's dead.
Why is he Borat?
I don't know.
Hello, I am the Muffin Man.
Hello, I am the Muffin Man. Ooga baga chuga.
I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me.
Ooga baga chuga. Solo.
Right, gotta remember the frame. Yeah.
Oh, 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 oh.
Is that Jabba the Hutt?
Yeah. You like that guy?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I've seen him.
Oh.
Is he in the movies I watched?
I don't. Did you watch episode 5?
I think so.
If you watched all of the Luke Skywalker stuff, then yes.
I haven't, not all of it. I've only watched 4 and 5.
Well, he is. No, he's not in 5. He's in 6.
I thought so. I was like, I don't remember ever seeing him.
Yeah, you didn't even hear the song. The
I didn't even know there was a song.
Yeah, it's at Jabba's palace. It's pretty much a banger.
The only song I know from Star Wars is the Cantina one. That's probably not even from the movie that I remember it from. I probably remember it from the Lego game.
Yeah, because it plays all the time.
Yeah.
In between mission select. Ooh, this is all
By the way,
spawn hell.
I'm trying to like keep the corners.
Why?
That's
Why did you set my house on fire, SpongeBob? Why couldn't you just write your essay? Stop wasting time! Right, okay. Yeah, I'll leave them. I'm gonna leave these lights in here too, for now. What are you thinking this?
Sure.
Okay.
Don't mind that.
So you hate it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh god. Oh jeez. I don't know how much of it is the frame, so I'm just gonna fill it with cobble, and then I'll let you... You can just break it after. I mean, we can just cook more, if anything. Unless this side is all frame.
That's I think is supposed to be frame.
Okay. What about the back side?
That I don't think that should be stone.
Okay. You ever hear Obama sing that song?
Which one?
The Cantina Band. Oh no, not Cantina Band. No, never mind. You didn't. You didn't. It was Obama singing the one from Jabba's Palace. Obviously
see-
AI voice, but it was so funny.
Yeah. God, I remember. Just fucking all the AI cover shit.
Or the other king, Peter Pampara kick. Better run, better run. Outrun me gun. Or the
fucking
other king.
Plankton singing Begin.
My god, I just think of Squidward singing a song from My Chemical Romance.
I think
You heard your name?
because at the time it was very
No.
oversaturated and anyone could do it. I did one.
Uh-huh.
I did Squidward and what was he singing?
Oh
But if
no.
you want it, honesty, that's one of that to
Wait.
change.
Oh, you made a I'm Not Okay?
Yeah.
My Chemical Romance.
I'm not okay. Yeah. And then Lola made it into an avatar.
Oh, hell yeah. That's the collaboration stuff I enjoyed so much from VR chat.
Yeah.
The one that I remember is Helena. Squidward sings it because his voice just breaks all the time trying to sing it. I need to send it to you. It long ago. It had a
Not the fucking like breathing.
burning off.
It's just it's not good.
It's so bad. I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up. It's just Squidward having like the Gerard Way like singing style on top of his scuffed vocals.
I'm like looking through some old conversations I've had where I like made those covers, and one of them is just Squidward going, 1, 2, buckle my shoe,
Oh.
3, 4. Like, it just sounds awful.
I hate AI so bad.
Yeah. I liked it when it was like, you remember Dolly?
Dolly Parton.
Not quite. Dolly was, what was,
Dolly, Dolly. The sheep?
an AI image maker.
Oh, yes, yes.
That was the good part about it, because it was, that was when AI was like ethically made,
Right.
because they used Google's own assets at the time,
Mhm.
which is why it was like so shitty. They
Yeah.
didn't have much, and at that time it was fun to mess around with because no one cared about it enough that it wouldn't go anywhere
Mhm.
past that, and I enjoyed it for what it was. It was well, like silly Godzilla with a worker's hat,
Yeah.
that was like the extent you could do it. But obviously now it's so oversaturated and they steal all kinds of shit.
Yeah. And destroy our environment.
That too.
We need our environment. Or we will die.
Yeah. I need to fix that corner.
Rocky get back home 6 years later.
He sure does.
Grace go home. Rocky fix. What do you mean, Rocky fix? How
What
does
about
Rocky?
things you say? I said about it. I didn't mean any of it.
It's just something
It's
we
just something we
say.
Ah, such a good movie.
You'll never see it coming.
That's alright.
I don't like Persona.
Never played it.
Or I should say, it's not that I don't like it, it's just... It's too slow. That game, by standard, is like 70 hours, and I just... As, you know, I can't say too much when I have so many hours in games like Final Fantasy, but... Ugh, it's all dialogue. It's 70 hours of dialogue, man. And then some turn-based combat.
Yeah, it's essentially a glorified visual novel.
I don't like visual novels.
Which is fair enough.
Yeah.
I tried to do like the Steins Gate one.
I love Steins Gate.
I do like Steins Gate, but I'm not too sure if the visual novel is for me.
Yeah. Steins Gate activated my biggest problem for years. Dr. Pepper.
What do you mean? Oh.
I mean, I drank Dr. Pepper like a box in a week.
Oh.
Often. But, you know, eventually it all ended. And I was free again. And now I don't drink any soda at all. Instead, I drink excess amounts of caffeine using coffee or matcha or gamer subs using code LEAF at checkout.
I actually had Dr. Pepper for the first time last year.
Hey, how'd you like it?
It's okay.
Tastes like medicine.
It's like this weird chemically like cherry flavor.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
I was like, it was okay. It's not something I would go out of my way to buy.
Yeah, it's an acquired taste. Just thinking about it makes me want Dr. Pepper. I haven't had soda in a long time. Years. No more. No. Hey, where do we want the outer frame to be? You said deep slate?
I think we said deep slate last time we talked about it.
You know... Okay.
Hello?
I'll go bring some then. And I'll make some more copper blocks.
Do we have enough copper?
Probably not.
Okay.
Thanks for hanging out today, guys. Damn it. It's tough. Damn it. Ugh. Ooh. I don't know if he meant cobbled deep slate or normal, so I'm just gonna bring... What? Stone. $14 blocks? That's not enough. Ooh. 21 blocks? That's not enough. Hey. Hey. What do you want? What? I don't know why, but I can't hear those. I don't know what happened. They never go through for me. My monitoring device is the correct one. Scammed? I mean, I wouldn't have believed it anyway. I literally cleansed this land of creepers and mob spawns. Act terrified like you're gonna explode? No. I'm not PewDiePie, man, alright? From like the early 2000s. This isn't roleplay, Shirquan, okay? This isn't your D&D campaign, alright? I'm sorry you had to find out this way. But it's true. I have a feeling it should be normal deep slate. Did I fix the sound now?
Hello.
Hello? Salud?
Salut.
Yeah, Hajduk. Da-na-na.
The Lord
Da-na-na-na.
of the Nether has begun to awaken. In 30 minutes you will be able to enter and loot its many wealths. Also come to its many dangers. That's what it said in chat.
Hello. Hello. You do. Brace of Frey, sa Noma Noma Yay. Noma Noma Yay. Noma 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 Yay.
What were you saying about like Japanese accent with the American accent?
What's the problem? You know, I love that song. By the way, you want normal deep slate or cobble deep slate?
Either works, I think.
Okay. Well, here you go.
Komenasai.
Gomena sorry. Why can't I hear these sounds? Hayduk. Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm trying to fix like an audio problem I'm having.
I see.
I don't understand. And put a Y. I'll tamper with it another day. Too much work. All these sound alerts. Gonna have to custom add them myself. We need copper. I'm gonna go grab some really quick.
Sure.
I will return.
Take your time.
Boom. Now, what's the best level for copper? Because I know there is one. 42 in the Y spectrum. Goddamn, 42 is at the halfway marker. Are you serious? 42. Never thought I'd be going up these stairs again. No. Classic, no torches. Excellent. Huh? Hello. Ah, copper. More copper. Excellent. Oh, a lot of it. Jeez. Oh, we needed copper. Maybe not this much, but... Actually, no, because they have to become blocks. So yes, we need a lot. Damn. Well, again. I'm glad they finally gave, like, copper a use. Ah, classic. Okay. I feel like copper was pretty useless for a long time. Bruh. Okay. This is lots of copper to cook. Oh, but we can actually use the station now. This would have been a great Voice of the Void reference. Instead of making the staircase, I could have just left it and then like the drop and make it look like the Voice of the Void like giant hole pit. How do you make blast furnaces? Oh man, okay. Come on. Minecraft, are you for serious right now here? I want to make a different station for it, but I guess we'll just work with what we got. Do 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 do. Schubert, good night, man. Good night. Thanks for hanging out. Do we even have smooth stone here? It's all down below. Freak. Maybe I just well, I already used the coal here, so I'm gonna leave it. I think we need iron though. Guild Wars free. Wow, perfect. Smooth stone.
Okay, the like general shape of it should be done. Oh, I just now noticed the patches of dirt.
Is there leftovers? Oh no.
There's like little bits here and there on the outside.
Say it ain't so.
I will not go.
Turn the lights off.
Carry me on.
Ah. Should those be
Yes.
stone?
They shall not. I don't think they should be there even.
Naruhodo.
This Scorpo.
Watashi wa? Watashi wa? Going up. I don't see it. Where's the other one? Oh, is it just the one?
No.
Oh, I see it. Oh my goodness.
I can't see.
It's on this side. Is good or no?
Yeah.
That didn't sound very confident.
Just the way I sound.
I feel like you're lying. There's one more piece of dirt somewhere.
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't see one here, at least.
It seemed like it took care of the most, and then it's the copper.
Yeah, it's cooking. It's cooking.
Do we
And
have a
there's
lot?
more. More afterwards. I got me a lot of copper here.
Okay, that's good.
Yep. You know what they say about copper? It ain't
No.
bronze. Oh.
Oh,
Well, hell, I don't know what they say about it. I had me some bread for breakfast. Without any milk.
right away, sir.
Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
12 minutes.
Holy smokes! Just in time for me to announce my final farewell. What have I done? I've just broken it all. Now I'm pissed. Alright, that's 21. Alright, you're right. It's not enough, but, you know, we'll work with it. Why is there a single hole in this area right here? I don't know. How do I get up?
You go up to the top, and then there is a way down.
Bop, 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 bop to the top.
Spin around and look at this way. Up, up, up to the top. You could probably have like lanterns and something at the very end here.
Lantern. Yes. Very good.
I can't take it. Yoda impression serious. I've seen too many. What is it? Yoda sitting in his room eating burger while parents are fighting in the background.
I just think of Yoda gets drunk and then Mr. Blue Sky plays. Dude, that video is so old, but it's so funny. I only have 3 more blocks here, so it seems like the progress is going to stagnate once again.
It's okay.
Oog! Now what? We gotta get this done before the nether. You know what I'm
Do
saying?
we have enough? Do we have enough copper for that?
It will be once it's cooked. Once it's cooked.
I see.
What is this? Oh my god.
Stone.
It's meant to be stone?
It's made to be. It's meant to be stone.
Hey, man. Well, I don't got no stone, man. Tortuga?
Tortuga.
My god. Am I good at that jump or what? I don't know. Probably not. This is crazy EXP. This cooking is very XP. I like that we made that little lava thing, and I haven't used lava once. It's just so classic. All the way up. Nothing can stop me. I'm on the way up.
There we go.
What you said?
I fixed the thing.
Oh, okay. Inte på why. Oog. Oh no, exposed copper. Oh no, bro. I got my head stuck in a pickle jar. Damn it. Ah.
There's only 7 more copper blocks
Total?
total.
Well, that's good. We only need 5. Well, I think we'll have enough. Once those are done. There's more in the thing.
In the what? The ovens are empty.
No, the chest has a couple more stacks of copper.
I see.
But I think we have enough.
Looks like it.
It's just the 5 on that side right there, and it's done. Unless I forgot to fill one in. Oh, I did. Okay. Hey! Let this satellite symbolize a new hope. And our entrance to the nether.
Yeah.
Well, it's not fully done yet. Gotta cover that up over there, but... And also we need the
Oh.
sea lanterns. Wait,
Wait. I just noticed.
I also just noticed.
Oh, I was gonna like add it on.
Oh. Was that... Did it look all good, or... Because I just misplaced it, I think.
Like that.
Okay. Wow. Well, look at that. Would you look at
Now
that?
it's basically done. It just needs the lantern on the front, and then
Yeah.
we
Wow.
never have to go back here again.
Well. Let's go prep for the nether. I don't know if they're,
They're probably gonna do a reset.
Oh, there might be a restart, yeah. I'm just gonna
Because it's not
leave.
Usually.
I'm gonna leave this. Oh, they're gonna be bed gaming? Oh man, oh man, oh man.
Do we have obsidian?
I got 12 on me right now.
Is that enough?
For what?
Well, if we were to make a portal, let's say in the western.
Oh, I mean, technically that is enough, yes.
Okay, that's good.
Just 3 minutes left. You wanna go to spawn?
Do you?
I mean, I don't really mind.
Because we have a portal here.
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
Two minutes. Holy.
Okay, that should be good.
Big purple working now? Go in. Very hot. Why not cold? We're a cold air device. Very red. Angry pigs men's. Remember to set your spawn in Nether when you get there so you don't throw it back.
Yeah, they're gonna do a restart.
It's a good idea. See you on the flip. Oh. And it's over. I was gonna end right about now, but I think we're just gonna wait for the Nether to... We'll do like the first entrance to Nether, and then we'll see what's going on. What? Why does it always make me reopen the mod pack, man? Pissing me off. Pissing me off. want to break my monitor, I swear. Holy moly.
Well.
This doesn't seem to be working. I updated the satellite one. See you on the flip side. See you on the... Go, go, go. Oh. Oh, God. That's crazy.
I forgot how much I hated it dead.
Dude, I didn't expect a gas right off the rip. Let me mark this.
Yeah. Oh, I should probably too.
Portal. Home.
So what direction would the thing be?
What thing?
Western.
Oh, I don't know. I kind of want to find some netherite while we're here and get some of this actually right here.
Yeah.
Finally some quartz, man.
Could I have the obsidian?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, you're gonna go,
I'm gonna try to get there.
Oh, God. Can you look at the open world from here? You could. You could look at the overworld.
How do I...
When you open your map.
Yep.
The bottom left, the top, thing from that set.
Ah, there we go. Okay,
And
now
it
I just
should
have to
do
figure-
your...
What does it do? The calculations for me?
I don't know.
That would be crazy if it did.
Well, it's
But
something
it
like
does do the
400.
Orientation, at least. It is. It's straight to the west, so that's great. All right.
Okay. I'm gonna explore around, but I should catch up with you soon.
Cool. I will just be going in a straight line, so you'd be easy to find.
Yeah. Good luck, man.
You too.
Holy moly. This is crazy. Finally, quartz. That is finally open. Seriously, I've been waiting so long. So long. I like that they stalled it though, because I like that the server's life cycle continues, I suppose. I totally understand the reason behind it. People are already zooming over for the netherite. Don't want to do stuff when everyone else... Yeah, people are already racing over for the netherite. I'm like, well... I'm not in a rush. But it'll be cool to upgrade my armor. I just need to get 2 sets, because we got the... Oh god, I forgot about the mining speed. Yeah, I want the gas. We actually got one immediately as we, like, spawned in. That, I mean, like a hostel, I should say. Oh god. Oh god. Wow. Not a fan. Excellent. So much quartz. I'm here for primarily the quartz, in all honesty. Oh. So it begins. The battle of the lava. What level was it anyway? 15? I think it was 15 was like the best for netherite. I don't even remember. That's what I mean, like, I'm grabbing it because everyone else is gonna race for it. I don't feel like going a million blocks away to... Or having to deal with the trades of the later days. They found a fortress though, already. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's totally fair. I'm just enjoying it while there's still people on, because then, once it dies out, who knows how many will come back for the dragon, even. Oh, we're at level 5. What have I done? Very glad there's more to do now. I'm excited to see how the tunnels are gonna play out. I should have brought some, like, TNT if I really want to find these. My pickaxe is gonna wither away. I think it's like 3 of the things per armor, and then... I hardly remember, dude. It's been so long since I bothered with... I mean, it's not true, not so long, but... long enough. Good thing netherite gives some decent XP. Mending for the win. They're all like turbo speeding that people are already finding it. I haven't even found one yet. Oh, I thought that was ancient debris already. I was like, what the hell? Can't wait to get lost in my own tunnels. Whoa, what a biome change. Where am I now? Nether wastes. $36 blocks? Okay. Good time to have a whole 0. I'm on the wrong level. Oh, wait, can you can make the weapons too, huh? Oh god, okay. What's hidden in the depths? Oh, okay, I see. I don't remember how it looks. I take a bite of the quartz. Oh, not like this. $72 total for a full set. Oog. Oog. I should look at my mini-map and see that I'm in Lava Central. Oh, is it beds? I think last time I just did TNT and I was like, alright. That makes sense. Everyone's just making beds. What the? That course just despawn. Oh no. Wait, what? God, this entire section of the Nether is just gonna be There are 28 people online. Wow, this is the most active I've seen in a while. I think there was like, at most 5 of us during TwitchCon. Good to see. I'm glad it revived the server, which is what they intended. Wait, where's my portal? Oh, God. Oh, man. How am I already that far? What? Oh, look. Oh, man. Look at that. Some debris. Wow. Oh, God. Are they intend to... Oh, they're gonna add mods slowly? Oh, that's cool. And actually, that's really cool. I'd love to see it, like, last longer. I mean, us in Glorptown, we have a lot of ideas, so... Some we might not do, some we might do, and we'll probably add more to the mix eventually, and... For us, the server can go on for a long time. How long have I been in this VC? 457 hours. Which isn't even from day 1. It's from day, like, 3. That's fair. We just build random alien things. We're gonna build a bunch of Afton Sparvs, which are the little alien plushies. And we're gonna put them, like, all over the place. In our little zone. In weird, random, funny positions. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a bunch of VR chatters in a Minecraft server, so socializing makes a lot of sense. I've met so many cool people through it. Some people I already knew, but for the most part, not quite. Oh, thank you so much for that. I'm sleep? You know, I already thought you did, honestly. Good night, man. Don't eat lava? I might. Like that one cat gif of the cat eating lava. Or sipping on it. I'll be taking this. Thank you. Eat so much lava, I'm gonna be full of lava. Almost there. It would probably be a lot faster, you're right, if I use the beds. Technically, I would need to double it. Yeah, I guess there's gravel. Yeah, we have like an automatic sheep farm, so the wool isn't too much of a deal. It's just... I don't know. I like doing things at my own pace. It gives me a reason to use this pickaxe. That too, I have to go back and restock on the beds, just like... I'm gonna do a little silly loopy spiral and maybe we'll find some, maybe we won't, but you know what? We get quartz on the way, so it'll be good for our future Voices of the Void projects that require a lot of quartz. I mean, unless I found this. I don't want no... I only want netherrack in the way. This is some interesting nether digging music. I'm not immersed, but that's okay. Are these my tunnels? I assume so. Oh, hello! Dude, 7 of them now. We out here. It's also just good for mending, but we actually just need it for our builds as well. So, uh-oh. That's a ghast. What in the world? That's crazy. Some people do go very ham. Like, how do you find all the biomes already? Oh wait, give me that. Oh, I love Tinker's Construct. I've never heard of Ore Excavator. Oh, hello. This makes me want to play Final Fantasy right now. Ah, yes, my aesthetically pleasing netherite cave. What a spectacular... Uh-oh. Oh, I guess it was enough. Feed the Beast Ultimine. 64 blocks at the cost of hunger. No. I know of Feed the Beast, and I know there's certain enchantments in, like, other mod packs where you could do that, but it would be, like, mining forward, right? So it would be... If I mine this center, it would be this entire area. Which, that enchantment's pretty cool. But it also, like, shredded durability. Because it was per block still. Hello. I hear you, creature. Where you at, huh? Hey, man. What's good? Good to see you, man. Wait, why are they removed from what did they remove from it? I loved Tinker's Construct. I'm kind of like, I'm more of a vanilla plus player, but when I do modded, I always want applied energistics because it's so fun to make all the computer things, and then I also play Tinker's Construct. I just get really overwhelmed with modded. Like, I enjoy modded, but I can never figure out what mod to focus on because there's so much. Unless, like, typically magic, though. As long as there's some sort of magic in the mod, I'll prioritize it. Like, blood magic was sick. I think there's just a whole river of lava here. Oh. Yo, it sounds so weird. I don't like it. F tools, modifiers. There's still a lot to the mod, but a lot is gone. That's disappointing. No, I agree. I feel like they could have added a couple of like things more, but honestly, for me, rather than like constant progression, I spent so much time also socializing that it kind of like, oh god, oh god. The time that I would normally spend just building and eventually getting, like, tired of the game, I did some socializing. So instead of burning out, I got to, take some breaks. Still, we built so much. Oh, Blaze Spawner. Yeah, I think furniture mods would have been a really good addition. And the food mod, the what is it, Farmer's Delight? I think Farmer's Delight would have been a fantastic add. And something for potions. I'm a sucker for potion making. I'm gonna brew so many potions once this is all done. Some of those I would put under, like, Vanilla Plus. Like, furniture... Farmer's Delight. Yeah. I think it would make more sense with, like, the whole shopping thing that we have. The whole, you know... The selling block. Not everyone's gonna put the effort in to make, like, proper Farmer's Delight foods. And it'll be foods better than... I guess golden carrots. And I know they try to add, what is it, Oda ways will go or something? But apparently it was outdated for the rest of the pack, so they just didn't. Which is fair. Very fair. Yeah, it's mostly enchanting stuff. Which I appreciate, but at the same time, it really speeds up the process of, like, progression. I like when there's a longer life cycle for a server. Granted, because, you know, TwitchCon and all that, regardless. People would have caught up pretty fast. Or gotten to where we are now. Oh wait, this gives XP as well. I I feel so bad about all these blocks I'm just leaving behind. Oh, hello. Been a moment since we saw one. Oh, you just got given a set? Damn. We need XP. We need mending. Go on, mending, proc it all. Okay. To be fair, a lot of people just ended up getting their sets. I am more of a I'll donate and help, but don't help me kind of person, especially in Minecraft. So I gave Chris so many blocks of redstone and gold. I think she wanted to offer me some. I'm like, no, and I ran away. I'm an alien. We're trying to help. I'm trying to fit in. This is a sight to see, honestly. Oh, hello. 11! First thing I would do is probably make the pickaxe netherite. Man, what a tunnel. Oh, gravel. How I really don't enjoy seeing you. Ever. Unless I desperately need, like, flint or something. Oh god. Oh yeah, new trims. Man, get out my way. It has occurred to me that I'm probably gonna need gold. We used it all. And then I donated a bunch to Chris. Yeah, I forgot about the gold part. I mean, I guess I'm just gonna Oh yeah, dude, I gotta, yeah, dude. Oh, here we go. Boom, see that? Huge water. Now what do I do? Now I don't have water. What if I dehydrate down here? Huge, dude. What's up, Trog? Why can't I hear those alerts, man? It's so annoying. I see you using them in chat. I don't know what I did with my audio stuff. I'll tell you what I did. Ever since I got this Elgato thing, because it's so much easier to, like, set stuff up, it breaks and disconnects my sounds. You guys definitely hear it, yeah. I see that happening. I can't hear it myself. What's the deal with you, Trog? You weren't here for the repo night. You were the one that, like, really wanted repo night, and now you didn't even join. I'm disappointed in you, man. I'm disappointed. You gonna be here for it tomorrow? Come on, man. I actually don't know if we're doing repo tomorrow. This looks sick. They should make more, like, little caverns in the nether. But I guess it would be too easy to find netherite, huh? Coming at work last Tuesday, I did get overtime. Got home at 1 a.m. Okay, well, never mind. I get it. Fair enough. You are forgiven for your repo betrayal. Pearl done? Hell yeah, yeah. In the Wild Wild West. Whale, whale, whale. They always say that in the server, and I don't think of that. I keep... Oh. I mean... Alright. It's probably a good thing they're clearing all the items, good lord. Look at the TPS. It's not doing too well. Not doing too hot. Goodbye, my fellow quartz. You will be missed. Wow! Let's get more! Oh god. How funny it would be if someone just didn't pay attention at that exact moment and they found, like, their first netherite and it all just despawned as it was dropping down. 6K items stack on the floor. Jeez. When I think of whale, 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 I think of well, well, well from Cyberpunk. I think only female V says it. I don't remember if male V says it, but... Well, well, well. Monday, Tuesday, so I can show up tomorrow for playing. I think I don't know. Maybe. So far, it's yes. But, you know, my mood can change at any moment. They just opened the Nether, and I'm like, ooh, what if I just played more Minecraft and, like, hung out with people now that more people will be on again? I mean, they'll probably be busy grinding out the Nether, but... whatever. Some people will be around, and I think that'll be cool. It broke the TPS again. Hey, look. Can I stop getting just one, please? What's going on here? I also get a little bit burnt out only building in Minecraft, so I think it was a fair play to take a little break from that. I mean, we finished a satellite, essentially. We did something today. We've been putting that off for a long... It was mostly me. I think Peanut was down if I was down to just finish it up, and I just didn't. I think I'm gonna put a pause, not a pause, but I think I'm gonna slow down with the projects a little bit and... or I should say, the big projects. I think the Afton Sparvs that we're gonna do all over the place, I think they'll be a cool addition. We should just add more of those. I mean, the one that's like gonna have its head stuck in the ground, I think that'll be good. It won't be too much work either, because we'll only... I don't know, maybe we'll do the head as well. It would look funnier if people, like, somehow dug... Oh, yes, let's go. Oh. You got a blaze spawner, let's go. Is it near the cowboy portal? The Wild Wild West? Wow. Indubitably. Under the road. Oh. Everyone's exploring all the biomes already. It's crazy. Wait, how did you find one, but you didn't get an achievement for the... Is it not in a, Wajima who's it? I thought blaze spawners were, like, literally only at the... Oh, I see. Fortress, that's what it was. Fortress. Couldn't remember the freaking name. Oh my god, I just, like, fixed all this durability. Oh, here we go. We're gonna need some of this. Fix my pickaxe. It's seen better days. That's for sure. We had a small, like, quality of life mod that... essentially, instead of our tools breaking, they were just unusable. They hit durability 1, and they couldn't be used anymore. Hello. Sweet! But you wouldn't lose them. You'd be able to fix them. People are gonna be using, like, mending farms or XP farms like crazy here soon. For those who are actually using their pickaxe. And there's the smart people who are probably using TNT and beds. I never claimed to be smart. But I did claim to enjoy adventure. This is, very adventurous. I mean, the sights that we've seen so far down here, it's just crazy. Truly. When was the last time Minecraft added a new biome? Was it like the Frost Pillar place? They should add new biomes. Minecraft adding things? Hey, hey, hey. They add stuff. Whether they're useful or not is worth questioning, but they do add things, alright? They do be adding things at times. Wow. I was hiding. 18 acquired. After some annoying YouTuber influencer ruins the voting... There's a voting system? That's cool. I didn't even know there was a voting system. That's kind of what happens with RuneScape as well. All the, like, big creators just band together to prio things that suck. Fortunately, they don't always win. I don't know the last time they got something they really wanted. Most creators in RuneScape want PvP content. Most of us real RuneScape video gamers want more content with other players that isn't PvP. Like raids. Raids are cool. Hey, that guy's cool. He does have a purpose. Whether or not you agree with the purpose being useful or not doesn't... You know, that's up to you, but... They sniff seeds, and then you can acquire seeds. Ooh, I'm lagging. Oh my god, 16.5. $15.9. They're gonna have to clear stuff up again soon. I was like, the lava isn't even flowing. That's how laggy we are right now. Oh, the sound is so satisfying. I think the music's quiet. Glow squids? I like glow squids solely because they make signs glow up. No! Oh my god, I was like, can XP even burn up? I need me an XP farm. Ooh, someone already got 3 skulls. They're zooming through. Where's my way back? All the way there. Oh boy. Because of the VTubers. What do the VTubers do? What is this guy doing here? Oh, I see. I mean, that'll do it for sure. I just want more quality of life and, like, more biomes. I'm really not that picky with, like, new Minecraft content. This whole, like, friendly gas thing is such a cool addition, in my opinion. Most people don't seem to care, and I'm like, this is... What do you mean? This is awesome. I'm sure young me would have, like, never believed that someone would give us friendly gas. Oh, the Aether would be sick. Twilight Forest, just in base game. Twilight Forest, but completed. Imagine. Doesn't it, like, Twilight Forest stops after... I don't remember. Is it the Lich King? I think the Lich King. No, I feel like he's the first one you fight. I can't remember now. No, no. You fight the Naga. That's the first one. Ooh, my durability for the pick is dwindling away. Let me find some more netherite, or, quartz. Look at this guy. Can you get out of my tunnel, man? This is not my tunnel, is it? Yes, it is. Oh god. Oh wait, what? That was a lot more XP than I anticipated. Or maybe not. I mean, it made it to like the halfway point. That's nice. I think I prefer the bright red biome. All this talk about Minecraft Vanilla Plus or modded, and I'm like, I don't remember if there's emeralds in base Minecraft or not, because the last time I played... Sorry, emeralds in the nether in base Minecraft. I don't think so. We played with this thing that, like, just added them. It wasn't even a crazy mod, it was... I don't remember what it was, but... What? Rocky fix. Are there just not a lot of biomes in the nether, or what? Ooh! One sec. Huh, had a phone call. Oh god, people are catching up. My location. What is Withering Heights? Oh, what? They're already zooming with the Wither. I mean, this doesn't burn. Oh, they're making a spawn beacon? That's actually cool. Oh my god. Oh, the portal is right above me. How much did that restore? Okay. I mean, decent. Oh god, the salt. Decent. Where in the world? Are these my tunnels? I don't think so. These look like they were blown up. I'll happily take the XP though. Oh, I want chicken nuggets. Oh god, hello? The new Toy Story. That's a good question. I didn't know there was a new Toy Story. In all honesty, man, I haven't watched anything past Toy Story 3. And I didn't particularly like Toy Story 3. So I don't know. It's the same with Shrek. At what point does it, you know, overstay its welcome? Or wait, which Toy Story was the one with the bear? The like purple bear. Oh, that was 3? Okay, so yeah, I didn't watch anything after that. I didn't like 3 at all. I don't know, I thought 3 was like... We should have just ended it. I feel like we crossed the line of like, the movies should... Yeah, I think 3 should have been the last one. I think the arc of Toy Story, it lost its like real, genuine, glistening storytelling when... I mean... No more Andy. He grew up. And I never really thought as a kid that's, you know, something that would happen in that movie franchise. I thought, I don't know, he would just keep them. But no, he didn't. I was like, damn. It lost its... It lost the vibes. Yeah, exactly. It's just a cash cow. I'll probably watch it, you know, a year or 2 after its release, and have a, like... That's what I did with Toy Story 3 as well. I feel like Shrek's the same ordeal. But Shrek thrives off of memes. Zombie horses that just kind of hang around? Crazy! Why avoid Quart? Hey man, I don't avoid Quart. I don't avoid Quart at all. I just don't have space, bro. Zombie horse. Hey man, I'm leaving it here because I don't have space no more. And it's good for XP. So I just killing it and then XP. Oh yeah, they're rare. Just make them into blocks? I have to cook them, bruh. Don't I have to cook them or no? Or does it just become a block like this? Oh, I don't have to cook them. Sometimes, you know, you learn and sometimes you don't. I gotta back up. Well, you know what, Trog? You saw me doing this, and you didn't even help and let me know that, so... That's on you, man. You could have been helpful. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Yo, Captain Igloos. Alright, I think we're gonna go back and at least make our set, and then I can go back in and help get peanuts. This way I'll just feel safer in the nether if I have a set. Where in the world is the portal? How did I even traverse this far? At least the Corson despawn. We can go grab him again. Oh, yeah, there's the bed TNT creations beginning. I say beginning, but it's actually already been a thing. Now, where was my exit? Alright, where's the portal? Rip. What? Did I, like, mark the wrong spot for the portal? What's going on here? That's not even possible. I was on the spot when I made the waypoint. Oh no, it's way higher up. Oh my god. My frames. It's like... Well, now we need a chest for all the nether stuff. I guess we'll just do it here. How do you make it again? Oh. Oh, I need the upgrade. How do you even get it? Is that a bastion, I guess? I assume so. The rock in your... What? I'm so sorry. How did this happen? How in the world? I think Peanut made this. Hey, man.
Hello.
You made a rail line.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's a little like all over the place, but essentially, so straight ahead is the western town, and
Okay.
right is spawn. So, in theory, if I press on the right side, it goes to the right.
Oh. Did you see a bastion at all?
Nope.
I'm gonna try to find one.
Let me just see on straight ahead.
Crazy.
Yeah.
This stuff is a brain breaking here.
Yeah, it's a real head scratcher, this one.
Yeah. Hell yeah, though.
Good. Yeah, good luck with the bastion stuff.
Thank you. I'll get us gear soon. Come here, I need potions. That's crazy. Oh my lord, you burn forever! Dude, he made the... Oh my god, this is crazy! He's gaming. Goopy Crocock. What's up? Oh, so they spawn in anything but basalt deltas, which we just passed, I think. Okay. I don't really know how they look. I assume just a giant wall. Dude, No, you definitely... It's been a hot minute. I remember because they made a clip of me saying it. When you followed... Oh, I remember it very well. Man, imagine if I actually brought... a spyglass. A clip? Yeah. They love when I say random stuff. And then they want to clip it out of context. What is this? I'll take the Bastion. Donde estás? Es el Bastion. That's very far. That is very far away. No matter, I will traverse and find my own. I say that, but everyone is in the area. Wait, there's another portal down here. Interesting. I wonder whose this would be. I'm just gonna try to go this way. Probably should have just continued off of the railway, because then we could just connect it to the Bastion, but... My god, what was I playing in 24 with that clip? I remember it. I feel like I was just chatting. I can't believe how fast time is going. Oh wait, true. If I want to find a Bastion, I could just look at my minimap and it'll show me like a million billion dude guys. I don't know what they're doing, but I don't think it's a Bastion, so... Oh my god, I just want to eat my food. We just gotta find a bunch of piglins, which is... Oh. I see some over this way. Is that a bunch, or is that just a crowd of them? No, it's just a crowd of them. They're just chilling. Oh, nice. I guess there aren't that many biomes then. I don't really want to get ambushed by 80 of them. And I have no gold armor. Kind of a foolish mistake. I wonder if I can make... Can I make a workbench out of these? No, I don't think so. Let's see, we'll try. You can. Man, I kind of need my feather falling. Okay. I do not like this biome. Nope, this is not a bastion. Spawn is on fire? How? How did this happen? That fuel and no feather falling? Bruh. What is that? Oh. Maybe it was wiser to just... Can I, I was wondering if TPA is an option. Damn, that guy got a spear. Are these the same one? Yeah. How did I do this again? It's not as far as I expected it to be. Dude, it's crazy, man. I mean, I have the full stacks that I need for, what do you call it? Netherite. I just need the thing now, so I gotta go to a bastion. I forgot you need the upgrade thing. My god. There's so many people on, bro. This is crazy. It was so empty for so long. I'm like right above or under. No, I'm under a... Yeah. I hope the same happens with the Ender Dragon later. For now I'm gonna put this on. I don't have to worry until the Bastion. Oh my god. Ow. Very fitting music. You really love to see it. Or hear it. Hey, this is from the Final Fantasies right here. Well, this is from 14. I'm a poser Final Fantasy fan, but I do have like 16,000 hours in Final Fantasy 14, so I'm a big Final Fantasy 14 fan. Who did this? You couldn't just add, you know, think about the stability. Think about other people. See, now someone else might cross that bridge and it'll be great. What is that? Oh, hey guys. I need you for potions. I'm gonna become a potion seller, you know? Thank you. Bruh. Me when I pose? I'm a poser. Dude, real. Yeah, that's so real right there. My god, it's 800 blocks. Poor Rami is going through it right now. Okay. Have it your way. Oh, good. I hate this. I don't particularly like traversing the nether, in all honesty. Right. Why you're in the on, man? You're not gonna do the nether here? Fair if not, honestly. There's a lot going on right now in here, and the lag has stagnated temporarily, but... Oh god. $500 more blocks. Oh my god. Dude. Now I'm getting sniped. Is that a new bastion? Yeah, on 7. Wow, we passed that one, wherever it was. How my brother with chores, and my brother who's... Right, yeah, the split tooth. That sucks. They's rough, man. They's not good. No split tooth. Toothaches are some of the worst things in the entire universe. Bro. Okay, go down one. Yo! 6-9 day? Oh my god. No way right now. What's up, IO? Welcome in. How's it going? Long time no speak. Thank you for the raid. What are you doing? Art. Nice. Very sick. Not much. We finally got the Nether today, so yeah, I'm playing Minecraft on 6-9 day. Holy moly! Hey, thank you. I'm trying to get to the Bastion. You might actually watch me just die. It'd be great. I'm really bad at traversing this place. It's 9-6. That might be bannable to say. That might honestly be bannable. I don't know. Dyslexic 6-9. Wait, true. Dude, get your eyes checked, man. What's going on? Now I'm the fool doing the one wide blocks that are gonna make me fall. Yeah, welcome in. How you been? How's life? Hopefully good. Hungry, yeah. That I know. Me too. I was supposed to be done an hour ago, 2 hours ago almost. But I can't believe they just decided to open the Nether. The exact moment that I was gonna hop off. Unbelievable. Yeah, the Minecraft grind. It's a cool server. A lot of VR VR chatters are here. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, I miss chatting. VR chatters. Okay, well, I'm not one these days, in my defense. Not counting, like, the last event that I went to, I haven't been on in... since 2023, or so. Oh god, the demons. Yeah. That's how it be. But they invited me and I was like, okay, yeah, I'm listen. I ain't never gonna decline an offer to play some Minecraft. Once or twice a week. Technically same now. Because of this Minecraft server, people host this, like, Just Dance lobby thing. So I've been doing that. Every so often. Participating. Yeah, me too, me too. Right. Malky. Right. I don't feel like dealing with them. If you see me on VR chat, you don't. Wait, you actually hop on VR chat? I just thought you were memeing. Get those calories out. No, for real. I was pretty good at exercising, and then I went to Poland for a month. And I did so much work there that I just stopped working out when I got back home. Yeah, do your thing. Thank you. Enjoy your meal. Good to see you. And I'll catch up with you ASAP. ASAP Rocky. Hell yeah. Do I have more? Thank God. I was like, do I not have any more netherrack? That'd be crazy. That's cool. I think it was like the other month. I was like, wait, I wonder how she's doing, Io. Lo and behold, there she be. I'm just so bad at reaching out and sending DMs. It's bad. Sup? Oh wait, do they still try to fight me? Oh, they do. And he has 50 HP. Okay, real quick, because I don't know how strong they are. I'm just gonna... Okay, yeah, they're tough. I think I just need this in my inventory. I'm not trying to die right now. Another one. Ow. God damn. Oh, wow. I did not anticipate debris. Oh, I'll take that. Happily. Hell yeah. I need to be cautious about this place here. Especially with these eating delays. What else are the chests here? What have you been doing on VR chat, Malky? Never thought you'd make a return. Hi. Yeah, there's a brute. I was like, I know there's another one. Chilling on rare occasion? Ah, gotcha. He can't get up. I'm not trying to swing and hit all of them. Then I'll really die. That's a lot of brutes. I'm not trying to get in there to die, dude. Phasmo lobby. Oh my god, they all sound so mad. Oh god. Snout banner. Why do they hurt so bad, man? God. There's other people around, at least. It's nice.
Remy, you got your stuff back? Oh no, it's higher.
Yo.
Hello. Ooh, so speed. Tree.
Nice.
Nice.
Somehow I'm gonna end up unlucky and not get any.
Oh dear. You should maybe have a gold armor piece on you temporarily. I don't know. I want to yoink this. Oh, it has multi-shot. Nice. Oh, I see.
Let's go. Huge.
Oh, I don't care about that. Wait, you found debris? Debris? Huh? Nice. That's a nice loot.
I hate this place.
We're lucky we didn't get brutes. Okay?
There's some up top. Not gonna lie, I fought my way down.
Oh.
It was like 6
We're
of them.
still... It's still lucky that there wasn't any, like... At this level.
Yeah.
You'd usually expect them over here.
That's what I thought. Like, they're usually here, yeah, in this area.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You good?
Yeah. I just don't like these places.
Yeah, it can give out the creep.
I'm too prone to falling into lava, I guess.
That makes sense. Oh. I don't wanna go there. I'm just trying to find the hole we came from. Oh, it probably would be this way. Oh, here. Ah, we can. That's where we came from. Now we need to go up.
Tomorrow, probably. Yeah, that's fair. I don't like it here, man.
We found it already.
I kind of forgot about the brutes. They're rough. They're brutal, even.
Bu- 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 bu. Where did we bring the tunnel to? Oh, here? Ah. Here we go. Oh, by the way, be careful to not fall.
Oh, man.
That's all I'm gonna say.
The one wide.
Yes.
Dude. Oh, just
Yeah.
one ghast. It takes one ghast. This is insane. Oh,
It
yeah.
just takes.
Or a magma. I knew it, dude. Had a feeling it would happen. Where'd you even come from, man? Come here. This is some very fitting music. Imagine you party up for a split second. And then you just get
Why?
lost.
You want me to try to tower down for you?
Oh no, it's all good, it's all good. I should be able to just dig my way up. A singular slime. You can't
Was able. Wow.
can't make it up. And I have the most like cinematic Final Fantasy combat music at the same time. It's crazy.
Oh, that's funny.
I was like, why is there boss music?
What is this bus music? Slime.
Yeah, I don't even know where. He just flew from nowhere, just dropped down.
Oh,
It's
fuck,
crazy.
there's one in front of us.
Surely another one won't just drop down. That'd be crazy.
Oh, don't worry, I just killed one. Thank you for charging on the spear. Huh.
Sweet
Yeah,
liberty.
We will need to protect those. Yes. What do you want to try?
Was that a lava earlier? I was trying to make a bridge to spawn. It fell straight into the ocean. Oof. Yeah. I mean, that was the third time that I've then fallen into a thing of lava.
Hi. Yes, that happened.
What happened?
I just got fling by like back 100.
Oh. Oh,
Oh.
man. That's crazy.
This one's not so bad if you fall.
Yeah, no, you know, it's totally cool. Oh, rip. There's a ghast. I could smell it.
But as you can see, we're getting really close to get to spawn. We just go this way. I wanted to go straight, and it was like, oh, you gotta make a goddamn bridge, which I did for here, by the way. By the way, I'm pretty sure I heard gas, so let's be careful.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, someone pillared up to here. Interesting.
LOL.
Whoop.
There's a portal right there.
The other one is right at the end over there, just 170 meter. Well, 79. Now, 170. Oh, yes, this leads up to the Soul Sand Valley.
Gotcha. Okay, my portal's this way, so thank you for the journey.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, good luck out there. Don't die.
I've just been trying to dig tunnels to places.
Gotcha. Well, my
Like the
portal's...
straight path as much as possible.
It's about 160 from here.
Oh, is this the portal I saw? Is it that one?
No. It's further back. In that direction, though.
Ah.
Yeah.
The other one, the stairs will lead you up on the biome, so
Gotcha. Okay.
should help you.
Thank you very much. If I
No
find this
problem.
tunnel again, I'll try to connect my portal to it.
I mean, you could, if you want, if you continue all the way down, you can mark the spawn portal.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I should do that. Is that it all the way down there?
Yeah.
Oh. Man,
That
I
portal
forget-
leads to spawn.
I always forget these are so close by.
Yeah. People seems to already kind of like try to connect themselves. That's great.
Oh. Oh, this is my home right here.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh wow, there you go.
Well, there we go.
Hello to.
Hello. So long, greetings, farewell.
I'm
So
so
long.
happy with this. I was thinking like, oh man, I'm gonna place the spawn portal and it's gonna be like on a lava lake or something. Was not expecting to be right on top of.
Yeah, you already got me connected, damn. If only I had... Wait. We're so back. Or, okay. Man. Oh, to remind me of foster some imaginary friends for a moment. Oh, jeez. Yeah, the episode with cheese and the hot rod flame. Oh god, not with this, not with these frames. Oh, come on. Big bada boom. Oh. Wow. What was that? Oh! We have to cover up that portal. That is crazy, man. No good. I don't have any netherrack, do I? That'd be really funny if I just brought 0 netherrack back home. That's... whatever. We'll get some in a moment. Okay, we're gonna need an actual chest for all the nether stuff, but... this music is great. It's really giving the vibes. Wait, idea. What music is this? This is also from Final Fantasy XIV. Freshly glazed... actually, hold on. Boom! There you go. It is from 14, Final Fantasy 14. Well, at least no one's gonna ask for soul sand anymore. Yeah, it does sound very Banjo-Kazooie-esque. I'm hungry, chat. Full transparency, I am hungry. Oh, my frames. Good god. Good god. Yo. I think I just found my new favorite Minecraft song disc. Oh, dude. This is vanilla, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the odds of getting that were. Damn. That's a jammer. Oh, this part. Dude. Reminds me of Witch House. It's a genre. Actually. Oh, okay. So they basically changed how that works. Which is cool. I'm cool with that. Very interesting, but cool. We'll make it look nice later, the entryway. Right now I'm more worried about not getting, yeah, exactly. Just falls right into the pit. I think a doorway would be pretty ideal here, but I'll leave it for now. Surely it won't just... Come on. I mean, I guess we could do this. Just add another protective layer temporarily. It's more important that it doesn't shoot into the portal. And then Peanut and I will spice it up, make it look nice later. Ha! I already know what they were doing there. Whoa, what the hell? Okay. Okay. The most important thing is we have returned with the upgrade thing. How do I make it again? Ah, complete. I think we have so many diamonds, am I right? Okay, I don't know how many is an ideal amount. So we'll work with the 22 for now. And I'll go get more for all the other stuff. Soon, TM. We actually have a pretty decent amount. Then we need... Do I want my secondary sword already? We have 2 left. We'll do... Because I want to leave... Well, no, we'll have enough upgrades. Shovel. I mean, this is my PvE. For the most part. Sure, we'll do this. Okay. I'm not too bothered about the shovel. I'm not going to make one right now. And then... 16 was overkill, it seems, because... Or whatever it was, 20, 22? Oh, 14, what? So the gold boots are only good for the distracting portion, but essentially they don't matter all that much at the end of the day. Damn, I have 30 levels. Crazy. Okay, at least with this, Peanut can make the pickaxe upgrade. And I'll go collect more. But that will probably be next time. I'm hungry. I'm gonna get food. So, thanks for hanging out today. Appreciate it. Ladies and gents, Tomorrow might be repo day, so we might not be doing no Minecraft. I'm gonna send you guys over to Chris. Awesome. I'm gonna get food, then I'm gonna play some more Minecraft on my own time, on my own little thing. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Appreciate it. Follow all my socials. Join the Discord if you're not done this already. I'd greatly appreciate it. Remember to eat for free, brush your teeth, all that jazz. Have a good rest of your days. See you tomorrow, which it might be repo. I don't know yet. I haven't decided. Anyways. If you're still here, do a little glorp to Chris. I'd appreciate it. A little glorp. Just glorp. That's all you gotta do. And that's it. GG's. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace. Oh my god, it made the sound. I forgot it does that. I'm out. Bye.
Yeah.